Khangyewa. Soidana tikadu buat ni kan nanti khangti. Adu nanti. Kaya leithova Kelvin. Mai. Itai. Ini kan orang terang. Lu can say 9. I 7 na tahu mula. Đây. Biết coi biết tôi chẳng hại đâu rồi. Manung nyo sila kansa siya le. Ngayon ni gino. Kasi riyak nga tani gino si mama mga angin. O busang niya ko. Keno sino wala magbiyahe. Mo keno tira keno kapro ina LED de. Siapa? Siapa? As camera. Name. Otu boleh kirim. Name.
Amuka hana ningsingjari madade Dynamic Manipur amadi Lamjing Meira gi Inspiration episode 18 gi ani shuba session asi haunana bagi damangta hall gi wang mada laibiriba satra satri amadi ngasigi episode asi bo saruk yaba lakpiriba mayam pumnamakna hall da lengsin biraktuna ani shuba session asi athuba matamda haunana bagi tanja adu lauzage. Ani shuba session ki topic asana importance of interpersonal skills for empowering women entrepreneurs in Manipur. Hariba topic asiki panelist asana Dr. N. Ranjana, Kharibam Somorendro, Thangzam Jimmy, Dr. C.H. Ibohal Maitay amadi Oinam Anuradha. Topic asigi moderator oibigadoriba asina Shubhasis Nandai. For the second session, we are going to discuss on the topic importance of interpersonal skill for empowering women entrepreneurs in Manipur. And the panelists are Dr. N. Ranjana, Karibam Somarendro, Thangzam Jimmy, Dr. C.H. Ibohal Maitei, and Oinam Anuradha. Makataba session haunana bagidamagta kausinjari panelist oina phambina bagidamagta ahanbada A Noktuneshwari panelist ki phamlamlangda lengshin binaba nulukna hangachari Anishubada Pradeep Fanjawam Ahum Shubada Anjulika Thingnam Mathangda Dr. Tara Machin Hangzo Mathangda Lisam Santhalambi And for this session, we are going to discuss on the topic challenges faced by women in Manipur with respect to law in society and the role of judiciary, journalists, and CSOs. Panelist ki pampamlang da lengshin binabagi damagta amukahan na kausinjari ikai kumnajari bi A Noktuneshwari mathangda kai kumnajari ba Pradeep Fanjawam mathangda kai kumnajari bi Anjulika Thingnam mathangda Dr. Tara Machin Hangzo mathangda Lisam Santhalembi Loinana hariba session asigi damangta moderator oibigadoriba asana kausinjari kai kumnajariba Junior Ngangom Luang Kausinjari kai kumnajariba Junior Ngangom Luang. And for this session, we are going to discuss on the topic challenges faced by women in Manipur with respect to law and society and the role of judiciary, journalists, and CSOs.
Good evening, everybody. Good afternoon. I suppose everybody had a good lunch. I had mine. So basically, actually, I came as a panelist, but now I have converted myself to be a moderator. So since I have come as a panelist, and I have so we have one of the.
So we plan everything, but at last minute, many things happen.
Many things happen, but it's fine. It's fine. So we're very esteemed list of esteemed panelists, members who are speaking today, and I'm more than happy to be the moderator. But since I have come as a panelist on the legal issues, surrounding the topic we have, discussion I just think Supreme Court the practice of the corporate lawyer equity IPO equity market well I yamna sagi the Hajar Roy topic I topic Lakanda I go on figure Ahamada women empowerment Manipur give him the Gena the good figures Katamzage Canada, woman empowerment is the research of the only credible report had the research of the Koya maintain a Torome. My Ming say, Sophia Aramonkoe. Although my research paper say, Asian Institute research, my paper when the research work when published. I think this is the only document which has some concrete answers to what we've been looking for in terms of facts and figures. The man I my findings I census report 2021. First, the good figures. Women in decision making India is 76% decision making mainly basically domestic decision making 76% Manipur 94.4. So these are the good figures. In terms of sex ratio, as per 2011, state average is more than the national average. Well, India average the 943 lay, Manipur 992. So the number of women to men is far more in Manipur than the national average. Then gender disparity index na koi nupa ka nupi khenna baza in terms of social status, economic, taking a lot of factors into consideration. Says the India ke lay is national average 0.676, Manipur 0.816. But the higher the index, the better is the gender equality. I think women work participation da. Koi lay is 2021 no se da koi mujhe reports in betungina. Census is the base where I think my one finding da. Can you get the national work participation? India ki national figure the 30% lay. Women work participation in terms of economic activities. Manipur na 41.2. The urban area na I figure the real gain. Urban area 15.4. Manipur na 33.2. The atopala igre koi can so am panjaroi the policy making in terms of political representation da. Manipur se diketang adu diketang handai national level diki Manipur na handai kara kano se adu di ayam karna tu de yau laksar roi adu akoi ke kano se da legal da ko na yeng ga di again simu ja haram age akoi ke MCS IPS officers akoi civil service primary service sing da akoi nupi gi kano se representation se ketang handaba male national kano de national average gi as on April 12 2018 da Manipur laiba nupigi akoi IAS officer ki magi no se akoi ki magi percentage say total 100% 22% lay the female IPS officers only 12% the get kano da akoi ki asumsuma lay ko the politics ta akoi ki state assembly lay se project is only out of 60 we have only 5 women representatives atopa figure ka sulak se ko Sina koi kitang kanone kitang koi dichotomy haitare ko dichotomy se going to get the kanose koi overall parameters nupi gi empowerment gi sidadi kitang ko ai haibe figures man kitang chuma maliko aduga atopa dang sai speaker ma atopa panelist ta panel discussion taugi bodo I see in fact pointed out fact that the domestic violence rate in Manipur is high and she's right. See the 2015 section sida koi domestic violence ki reported cases all India average that 28.8 whereas when it comes to Manipur is 53.1 adiga koi na koi gi kano sing da to sing je atop the see hai tara koi gi no su domestic violence is some form of subjugation of the woman folk in Manipur ila koi gi legal law kina apabalo woman koi oriented law adigi kan balu da kai ge koi na semba ya kan do de ge da koi ge dakata na semba ya ge da yam leigre koi kan wasida law me am leigre ko law me am si de yam kona panzer roi manung ge sokdi pento de ga kan wasida yam na phajabam na supreme court na handa yam phajaba koi ge yam tabi de mani judgment me pass tawre 2022 masamakta koi nupi amana mai nupa je kaina daga to nupa amna mai par matam da mai macha se mana pu matam da mai akun nupa do adugi mai yumna sagai koi ge sarnim on bayani ko ni that's a very landmark decision of the Supreme Court again I know it also is a dicey judgment this Sabarmati temple do Kerala da there is a very famous case the Sigi temple is the point of Geda Muna Haiva. Temple is a saying, but the Magi goats can celebrate with Haitare. I know it's a tradition for the last more than 100 years. Women, between the age of 10 and 50, for the last more than 50 years, they were not allowed to enter and pray in temple because of the traditions associated with the temple. Then the Supreme Court passed a judgment in 2018, which basically says that it can't be, it tantamounts to some form of discrimination against women. So the woman isn't today of any age is allowed to pray at temple. So then it's a basic question of some kind of a conflict between what law wants and what tradition demand. So that finally, when it comes to discrimination, the law says that forget tradition. Now law will prevail because it amounts to some kind of a discrimination between men and women. Again, after the judgment and the review, but I don't think the ratio will not change. So these are the developments which have recently come about. Again, if you know triple talaq, so a lot of the law is catching up with what is there and what could arguably tantamount to some form of discrimination between men and women. So this is the some basic facts and figures which I want to put before we start the narrative. So coming to Tamo Phanjongbam. Tamo Phanjongbam, everybody knows Tamo Phanjongbam. He is one of the reputed editors in Manipur, who not only writes in Manipuri papers, but also writes for other national newspapers like the Hindu, New Indian Express, and I suppose the Telegraph also, which I keep in coming. So Tamo Phanjongbam, tell me, what do you think are the basic challenges faced by the women journalists in Manipur?
Yeah, it's not just the women journalists, but I think I will start with speaking of what the kind of hurdles the women face in any kind of profession. And also I'll take off from what you just flagged off, whether Manipur is better off than the rest of the country. And I generally think that that is not the case. Although, you know, the figures can be actually very deceptive. You can have a lot of women working, yeah, but the power in the power equation, it just can be one person holding that power and then so many people working. So that kind of equation can come about. And I think that kind of anomaly is very much there, that you may have a number of women working, but the power is still in the hands of the men. And you can see that manifested in so many fields, even at the highest. You know, we've never seen a woman chief minister in Manipur. I mean, it's just, you know, any chief minister on his charity or his generosity, he will have few women in the cabinet, but it's never a woman who's deciding that top position, that you are in the top position and then you're deciding who will be ministers. That kind of thing has seldom happened. So I think the equation is very much in favor of the men folk. And also, there's another caveat that I want to put in here, in a sense that you can have a lot of women actually working, but when you talk of patriarchy, we're talking, you know, when we say male dominance, we're talking about patriarchy. Patriarchy is an abstract term. That is not a question of just males physically occupying a certain position, but a female can also be equally patriarchal, in a sense that they can be the gatekeepers of patriarchy. In a sense that, you know, you see, for instance, I have heard this so many times, that the people prohibiting girls going out in sundress, and that is supposed to be a patriarchal outlook. But that patriarchal outlook is actually defended by women. Most of the time, the women folks are actually saying, that is not decent. You're not supposed to do this. All the values of patriarchy that has become embedded in our society, the gatekeepers of those values often are not just men, but also women. And in fact, I would say that it's more the women who are doing it. Probably, you know, it's ingrained into the society as such that you think certain things are good, and those good things are the patriarchal values, that you do these things, and when those people who are actually giving this advice don't see it anymore as a male versus female. It's just a value system which has actually sunk into their minds and brains, that you start thinking things that are good are actually those values, and those things are actually put forward often by women, and which is why, you know, in a family, you know, the biggest conflicts often are between the mother-in-law and the daughter-in-law. The daughter-in-law comes in, and the mother-in-law is actually trying to impose those patriarchal values. You're not supposed to do it. You're supposed to bend down. You're supposed to do this. You're supposed to remain in the kitchen. Those things are often said not by the father-in-law, but the mother-in-law, which is actually pointing out that the actual gatekeepers of this oppressive system called patriarchy are also very often women. So I think I'll start off from there, and then if there is any further development to be elaborated on, I will join in.
Yeah, the figures which I quoted are based on, you know, publicly available figures. Again, as Tamo Phanjongbam has said, that figures can be deceptive. The research, some of the researches may not be that complete to that extent. Second, Tamo Phanjongbam also made a statement that Manipur is yet to see a chief minister, a woman chief minister. But again, America is yet to see a woman president. And so is, I think, England has one. I think then it's about to have another one. So, what is that specific, or what are those specific problems faced by women journalists and which are not faced by men journalists? The specific problems.
Yeah, actually, it's the general problem that women face in the society, that you're not supposed to work
Long
at
working
night.
hours, yeah.
Yeah, and also, no, when you're talking about journalism, it's a round-the-clock kind of a job, that you are doing work at night, morning, anytime. Anytime there is something to be reported, you will be asked to go there. And then sometimes this may, because of the patriarchal system, that this may become difficult for women, that you're not supposed to go out at night and all that.
Right.
So those kinds of hurdles are there. And also, you know, the system actually promotes the male workers, that the employer himself will always be thinking on those terms, that you want to extract, I wouldn't say extract, but you want to get the best out of a particular professional, and you can't get the best out of the women professional because they are restricted by that patriarchal system. And from the employer's point of view, you want to get as much work as possible from the employee, and that you may not be able to do from the female. So the obvious choice of any employer is to actually want the male journalist. I'm talking about the journalism profession, but I think it's true for most other professions as well. That you want, if you are especially in the private sector where you have to be living from your own earnings, unlike the government sector where you're paid a salary, whether you do any kind of work or no matter how much you contribute, your job is secure there. But in the private sector, you will live from your earning, and the owner of that particular business will want to get the best out of the workers, and to get the best out of the worker in the system is generally the male. So I think the preferences have always gone towards the male, which is bad. I think we should be correcting it, but we can't just say that. We can't just wish it. We have to change the system altogether.
Tamo, I think you're right. The problem faced by women are more or less common across all the private sectors. The government sector, I think, is slightly secured. There are 2-3 reasons, apart from what Tamo has just said, and I was doing some research on that. The problem is that a private company or a private firm, like the one I run, generally tendency is not to keep as minimum as possible the number of women employees or professionals. The reason is, part of the reason has been covered by Tamo Panjongbom. Second is that there are also associated issues like the 12 weeks compulsory maternity leave, which we have to give, and then there are also other gender issues like sometimes, I said it's not always, frivolous complaints of sexual harassment, this and that. So the male employees, because of all these legal issues and protection extended to the women folk, they tend to rethink, okay, instead of keeping a lady, why don't I keep a male, for which I don't have to provide for maternity leave or maternity benefits and don't have to face any possible harassment charges. So that's, whether we like it or not, that's a scenario that has come up in India. Now coming to Ichemba Nokteswari, everybody knows she's the first, I think, woman district and session judge of Manipur, with a lot of landmark judgments, orders having been delivered by her during her stint as a district and session judge. But just to, before we start with Ichema, from a judicial or a court perspective, it was surprising to know that from the early part of AD, somewhere around 26 AD or something, till around the early part of the 17th century, Manipur has always had a women's court, and that was known as the Pacha Loisang. And Pacha Loisang is usually headed by the queen, assisted by the wives of 10 noblemen. That's what my research saw. It's good to know that Manipur has always had a woman focus, or a only woman court from a time immemorial. And then Ichema obviously was a part of the Indian judicial system for a long time. So Ichema, coming to you, what are those common or the most, you can say, issues relating to women, or the trials which have conducted relating to women? What maybe rape, maybe sexual assault, or maybe elopement issues? What is your experience with? What is the commonality which you find in most of these women-related crimes?
Yes. First of all, I would like to thank Dynamic Manipur and the Lamjing Meira for having me an opportunity to participate in this occasion. And so, I know that the Manipur ki best issue problem di relating to law and the society the kaino hai matamda akhoi gi mang do uriba samasya akhoi na tahi daba crime against women and syndrome the thuiba mayam se ai isamak se nupi ni ai service ai retire tawre after my retirement da ai gi offer tawe ai extension ge ai log de maram di kaino de I wanted to work as to the cause of women and the syndrome gi kari no de ai na zam oira di ngasi gi function si da so ai yawi yaroi adu ai na nupi amasung angang sing work to ba pame akhoi nupi sing na kwai gi thengnei ba problem tari ba si de si da akhoi na rape and murder aduga aggravative and the penetrative sexual assault committed to the syndrome to ba sing si de si da masi se individual concern the thoga su it is not an individual crime it is a social crime with it. When we talk about a country, this is in developed rule of law. When a developed country say, when a karam to na respect of gain high matamda, rule of law maintain to wa country do when na socket pa country ni samas ni hay na when accept to na. Aduga rule of law maintain to the ba laibak to rule later ba laibak law and order later ba laibak to when na socket pa ni hay na when long na dip. Maramasina when na women and the child si am important oiba ngasigi dynamic and the Lamjing Meira na akhoi na masidei sida Manipur dynamic Manipur forward oina sat ka doriba sidei sa khanarak ba sidei sida akhoi gi communication gap ama leiba sida law da khar concern oibirak pagi da makta thank you law ba sidi karino akhoi taning di kanam tan na aduga law se akhoi na karam kan de thire e akhoi se awa ba taraba ai gi right violate tawra ai gi awa pam tara ba rule of ama bhai to aga di law kadai le ukin kadai le and ado law se kanam tan khangning di ado law se akhoi na right from the child in the womb dagi horak pa digi na till we die adu phawa akhoi na law se ga satminar ga dum lei ni ba ado ngasi gi session sida ai di ngang asu pung 8 9 sen na ni stop ta adum law gi maram da adum ngang ba da adum oi adu due to shortage of time se na angang sing students sing da inspire oi gido ba ai kitang thamje ge madugi goal oi na dynamic ki ngasi gi Manipur gi oi leibeni na karigumba angang sing sinna logi concern da hayeng tungi future da satke haira ga di always welcome I can share my experience to you always welcome lao aduga aina sigi field like pa se ai 37 years sure aduga 37 years logi field se da aina ngasi work to jarak pa sidei se da akhoi khwai gi saitheng phangi se nupi amasung angang da thorak pa saina khol se horak pa ga sum satminara ga society ga sum satminara se ngasi su akhoi dum tari akhoi society da even biological father na magi masa nupi da rape to bagi akhoi pau tari se tahai da ba uhai da ba khangai da adu ga di akhoi ngasi nupi amo oina mama amo oina hojiti mother in law hai hoji akhoi mother in law gi role su la mother in law da ngak ta taisan ba su ya de ngasi gi mother na khoi sen hayang mother in law lak to ni adegi sidi generation ne mioi bigi cycling ne aduna akoina kai do wi haiba matam da akoina imung da su aina opposite sex ki aigi isa ore su aigi mapubok da aigi angang grandchild ya grandchildren baby grandchild ya mapubok da sinna ba akoi ki le eba why because akoi gi social crime thogre is na singna ba phawre ba even magi biological father gi manakta aigi isa nupi thamba ki ra kadore ba aduna di akhoi society se aphaba oiribra haiba se akhoi loina khangba tabani khan tobani aduna masi thokla ise kari no hai matam si dei sida go taking advantage of assembling in this go ngasi gi platform sida aina hainingi madudi sidei sida akhoi ngasai su guest owner gi saruk te yogbi khiba elected kaisam thong constituent dagi sulakpi aina masidei sida irrespective of ngasai gi political difference leibidana aigi elaka da leiba singsi dei sida kaya yamna suguma crime thokla ibagi ko se akhoi social activist singna akhoi mase research work to honingi aigi legal fraternity da leiba aigi junior aigi tammi ba angang sing sida so appeal to we law and the social justice se masidei se research to iro akhoi ngasai gi biological father na magi masa nupi da riap se kaido bagi thokle ino haiba ko se kanam ta hangde mi na hange thokle iba mi do mi ha nupi do angang du su lai buk thibe dagi si khre nupi msa ma riseli thokpa thokdo adugi mamang da su ama Thobal district ta ama thoe biological father na magi masa nupi da riap to bagi case lai Thogla maram se kaidagi thogla ino na haiba matam si desida akhoi to some extent akhoi na khara madu thigat pa matam si desida hairi imung se yam nangba mayum makai phajana leijata ba latin bathroom leitaba leibak na sarerga yum masa ama hat ama khangpok sangam leiba sakhum su oiba family joint family su adum tum su tuminaba sa su saminaba angang amana leisa pharaga masanupi amana ka siang ka da sem room da mapaga kamai le min dui no ba dress hong bani khangde ama to bani khangde ma khu hamba khangde mioi bagi chum normal satnari ba pose masige lae mama du su rimeri tok thokre mapaga masaga de le hore imung do letin barom leite akhoi government gi scheme da di phaja phaja ba yam lei yum leita ba yum sabiyo toilet leita ba da toilet sabiyo kana toilet leita ba da toilet sari ba se nupi gi ayamba safe oine na bagi damakta ne ba upi rom da toilet leita da na masido open da torok pa degi masi se sexual crime mayam thokle e na haiba degi sugo mayam se thokle ine ba adu di yum leita ba moi de yum sabi ba toilet leita ba moi da toilet sabi ba aduga ai constituency manung si de si da sugo ma phifong kayam leiri gi ase study do ba matam da haiba respective honorable MLA singduna kaya yamna makhoi da socha doino ba akhoi gi despite the sanari se kai no I want the vote p de mana I gi voter ni I want the togdamina saro. I appeal to all the respected honorable MLAs through this media forum that ngasagi central sponsor beneficial schemes to the poor family do be extended without any discrimination so that akhoi social issues akhoi improve the wrong on near Tolay Angang do Kam, the Mapaga Masaga Punko Mari Leminare, Mama later. Nupanina Madu opposite sex layer, Nina Sanga Ole, Aquina, you would legalize the Ore and Tare, you Tani, I Soilani, Taurani, Adegi and Pimzado, Mirola Ani, Adegi and Problema, Tamatan, I say, ooh, dear Aduna Aina. Ngasagi tentak na ay ngonda sangang gadi microphone para gadi isu lep the haite ko wari se adubo ay na ngasigi forum si day sigi khudong saba logjaraga akhoi best entrepreneurs mayam thengna bagi nungai ba phawe ay na moida humble appeal ama tongninge madudi makhoi na phangakpa paisa degi khajik tang margin oina khaidopi yaragadi sugum lairaba saningai leitabra mayum leitraba setningai leitraba kaimbang amjadraba mi singsidei sida donate tobiyo makhoi sponsor tobiyo aduga society da makhoi tilhaleraga crime leitaba society ama healthy society ama sen bada mateng pangbiyo akhoina rule of law maintain leibada ai isa nupi ni na nupi yam nungsi nupi da crime tobase aduki matik nungaite aigi peretas as a judge oina leihiba matamda aina capital punishment mayam pi hiba mayam do aina moibu nungsida dan heta tobunate adu pomadu da thoiba mayam do a big lesson to the society oina na ba tauhibani aduna aina crime to matamda aina si to khandhabangam dabane ba khandhabangam dabase kaina ngamni social welfare china makhoi da mata counseling mayam leibasina grassroots level la sa eraga counseling pi rega phanaba norms mayam da samdorok pasina Thank you.
Thank you, Shama. A second round. I have a question in second round, but that's later on, after the first round is over. Now I'll come to Dr. Tara Machin Hangzhou. Yeah, Ms. Hangzhou, do you have any kind of specific life experience where you feel that a law could be made better for women? Or have you come across any kind of incidents, involving your colleagues, friends, which are affected by not a so-called gender justice law? Do you feel that there should be a better legal system or a specific law on a specific area of your public life?
Yeah, thank you for the question. Yeah, first of all, I would like to thank Dynamic Manipur and Lamjing Meira for giving me this opportunity to be part of a very important event today. And a special thanks go to my brother, Sappam Shyamala, for inviting me. Yeah. When it comes to law against women, what happened is that we have, in the hill areas, we have tribal customary laws. When there is a crime that is committed against women, what happened is that the tribal customary laws overrule and take charge of that. We have, for example, we have...
Is it good or bad?
I would say that it is not very favorable to women, because the men are the one who decide for the woman and for the victims. So I would say that this need modification, because if I'm a woman and I have been raped, then it is my choice. I should be consulted. I should not be the victim only and further being victimized. I should be the one to decide what kind of law, what kind of decision I wanted to be this thing. I can't be settled with just one slaughtering of one pick of cow or 1 lakh rupees and the matter is settled. So I should be given a choice. So not only in the hill area, women have not been given the choice. And then as we say that in all the district, the lack of session code. So the people from different district come to Imphal to get justice for themselves. And then they encountered a lot of hurdles, and they encountered a lot of problems because they have to travel by bus, they have to wait for a long time and everything. So I would suggest that each district should have a session code, especially focus on women. There should be a fast track code that will solve the crime against women and children. So now we have POCSO, for example, cases where crime against, Madam have just mentioned, children and then both young boys and girls have been assaulted and molested. So in each places, why don't we have a speedy justice system where heinous crime like this should be tackled fast and easily, so that the victim do not become victimized. So I feel that, yes, as you said, that we should have specific women law. We should have specific police cell in each district who will be sympathetic, who will be compassionate, and who will be kind to women victims. So that's what I would say.
Yeah, just another follow-up question. What happens in a case where the traditional dispute resolution mechanism sets in, and at the same time the victim goes to the police station and they registers a FIR? So how do you deal with this situation, and has it ever happened?
Yes, it has happened, because sometimes the women are not satisfied by the judgment given by the village chief and his council of men or the family members. So what happened is that they're not satisfied with the verdict that is given, so they go to the court and they file an FIR. So in this case, sometimes they get threatened by the villagers or the chief and his council of men, and they said, why we have decided on a case, we have settled a case, why do you go to the court of law? Yeah. But actually in the first place, they should be going to the court of law. This is number one. When we have under the Constitution of India, a court that is supposed to decide on the matters, whether it's related to women, children, or even for small kids, why do we continue using this old age customary law and try to settle matters? Right. You know, and then even if they are not satisfied and they go to court, they have the right, as a citizen of India under the Constitution, they have the right to decide where they wanted to go. Yeah. And the court of law actually should be utilized in this modern time. They should be utilized and they should be used. And then this archaic old customary law, though we cannot do away with it because this is a tribal custom. But in the case of a woman, crime against women, I think they should go to the court.
Yeah, just to clarify, it is my understanding, my experience, that of course traditional laws apply, but only in civil matters. We have civil disputes here and there. We have an amicable settlement. We have an agreement signed by both parties. That's binding, but never go for a mob trial court or kangaroo court or a local dispute resolution mechanism. If it is a crime, because a crime is a crime, the first thing you should do is either go to the police. If the police doesn't take cognizance of your complaint, then you should go to the competent magistrate. So this is a legal position. Now coming to Dr. Anjulika. Anjulika is a renowned journalist in Manipur, and I would want to put the same question which I put to Tamo Pradeep, but from a different perspective. Anjulika, have you come across any kind of situation where you feel that our our usual practice or the legal framework could be better for a journalist. In the sense that, okay, I'm a journalist, and instead of having this system should have been here. Either it can be a practice or it can be a set of rules.
I am not very aware of legal things, so
I said
maybe we can talk about something else.
No, I said practice. I said practice. You didn't listen to him properly. I said practice. Your professional practice, and we should feel that could have been better suited or could have been better framed.
I would rather like to talk about like what I face as a woman journalist.
Oh, yeah, you can talk with that. Then come with the second one. Yeah.
Before I say anything, I see a lot of students here. How many of you are students? Can you raise your hand, all students? Wow, there's quite a lot of students coming out on a Sunday. Sunday numita thola pasi tadnra. Very good. What did you think? Like, I was thinking about this program and how there are so many students, and I was thinking about what a student would like to listen. Student namana akhoi gi panel sidagi kari no taningi se noina. So, and coming back to the topic that the Dynamic Manipur has in place, I was thinking more like you would like to listen about what it is to be a woman journalist in Manipur. So, the question first went to Tamo Pradeep, and very sadly, because he is a man, he won't be able to understand a lot of things that women face. And I'm sure as I'm sitting here, I have 2 children, so I won't know what a student feels and what you're experiencing.
I think the blame goes to me.
No, sir. I'm just trying to interact with the students. So, student naman kari face story mo na kari khali haba, and what you want to say, that only a student can tell us. What a woman feels, what a woman faces, that only a woman can tell. Ako na menslak pada kiyang waba, angang pok pada kiyang waba, angang pok paloire, menopause mulakan da kiyang waba. That only a woman can tell. So there are some stories which only we can tell. I can tell of my story. I can tell my story, but I can't tell your story, right? So this is one of the things which inspired me to become a journalist. Right after my graduation in 1996, I think that was around the same time, Tamo, when you started Sangay, 1996. Yeah. So in Imphal Free Press. Yeah. So in a way, Tamo Pradeep had already worked outside of Manipur before coming to Manipur and starting Imphal Free Press. So in a way, we started working in Manipur together. I was a young student, but after that I went outside. I worked in many organizations in Delhi and other places. So I've worked with magazines, I've worked with newspapers, I've worked with the TVs, I've worked with websites, I've worked with magazines. So a lot of things. And in each of these organizations, the experience that a person, a journalist face, and the expectations from them, mana tawgadaba thabak magi sinpham roles and responsibility loi khenaiba. Though the underlying fact is that you are a journalist in each of them. Manipur da kaitawi. When I started journalism, I was a young kid. Leisabi oiriba. Adukan di mais bazan lak de load setting to tawe. So every single day, alternate day, the roads, there won't be light on the roads. But I used to come back home around 11 p.m., sometimes around 12, because I had the support of my family, of my father. So what I'm trying to say is that even though we are in a patriarchal society, as Tamo Pradeep pointed out, nupa na khutling ba samas, nupa na decision lauba, nupa na hairaga chatpa, mapam oiraga su. If the male members, the other members of your family support you, there are many things that you can do. But the other thing is, being women, one of the greatest things that a woman has is the gift of life. They can't produce a new life. this we women who produce a new life. And when we produce a new life, we have added responsibility. Where suddenly the only person who is supposed to look after the child. And that responsibility falls on you, on how you nurture that child. So that, in a way, that the child do not fall into the same patriarchal mold type. Hanagi ahanlamangi ngasagi natraga summanabagi patriarchy dehana thazaba nupana heli nupina watli haina thazaba ko adugumbo maongda nattaba afaba maongda angang duma sembagi role se mamaduda mapaduda leyeba more on the women because in a way that's also biology. Because the child is dependent on you, on the women for food. Aduna mama to gadi hen close oitaba. Aduna mama gi role to si helakataba. So what did I as a women journalist do? I took time off. I matam kara pothai. Every time I had a child, I took time off for some time. Because I angang du mi lobi na mi thamagasu papa na yengagasu ay ni yengagasu because I felt that my contribution to society is not just as a journalist, but also in nurturing my child into becoming a responsible citizen. So that my son learns that nupi the khut thaganu. So that the domestic violence rates to wangak tanaba. Nupi naskat ako was hela kanda nang yeng ningunu. Because he's only wearing what she's comfortable in. Natra. Small things, but in the longer run, which will mean a lot of things. So as a women journalist, off and on, I've been writing for so many years now. So we started thinking, what can a woman journalist in Manipur do? There were not many things that we could do. We were not employable. No media houses in Manipur would be happy to employ a woman journalist, that too with a child. Angang nare harakani stilong ni, ngan nahan ge harakani, natra. Journalism magi to hom thokpa ayuk pung taruk tare tegina nungdang pung barho layo yarwe. Aduna so we suddenly became unemployable. We could have been employable if there was a slight shift of mindset. Hogi mindset to na kitang media houses di mindset to na kitang like thabiramadigo. In places like Delhi, when we were working on a 24-hour shift. A lot of us were women. 24-hour shift ay sikhangi ko. Ay pung mga day na horen pung baro phok mi khara thabak tawrani. Baro da mi khara mung changani baro dagi taruk phok khara tawrani. Taruk tay horen mi tara pung tara tara thoi ba mi khara mung laani. Sinadoi ne bathabak se. Why can't we have that in Manipur? I'm not saying the journalists, male journalists in Manipur are bad. My villains not they are not villains. They are also part of that corporate mindset. Nasagi sir na habi kirba. Nupi me employ to gati maternity leave hangakani, sexual harassment ki pot lakani. Ha, adu mayama malay adu. So that is the corporate mindset. Adu layroi hairagati kay dongni. How can you children, you like students, when you set up a new corporate house, when you set up your own business, when you set up your own media houses, what should you do to include that half of the population into your workforce? We women journalists may not be there 24/7, but we also write good stories. We also write the same way as men. The only thing that we were not given that enabling environment. Enabling environment habidi nang na thabak ama toba kanda nang na light pu paninge hairo nang na light paninge na phama kanda angang langsalon akoi yumlon na bagi mi du isai laung tharo noi maga baba khanaro doi di nang environment to like pa yara roi da So nang na lai pa han ge hai ka di noi ma ba ka te achik pam pham da mi changoi da ma pham natra wa ga se moi tap tang ngan re angang lai pari lang kanu. That is an enabling environment that helps you grow. It's the same in like any organization, whether it's a media organization, in a law organization, or an entrepreneur, even government offices, it's the same thing. On one hand, we have many social thinkers in Manipur worrying about the falling birth rate of Manipur. Manipur angang po pagi chang wa le do mai tai macha sing se na traga Manipur gi mi sing se yama roi khar le di mut khane na ma tha sai mayam sina. But on the other hand, they don't want to talk about menstruation, they don't want to talk about maternity benefits, they don't want to talk about maternity leave. That's the patriarchy. That is patriarchy. So what we as women journalists did, we started telling stories of women entrepreneurs, of women who are struggling, of women who have been violated, of women who are facing, who are victims, I won't say victims, survivors of crimes against them. Nupi na sapon saba, pi sharaga yolakpa, de kaino toba, mapam pam chalaga. So we went from place to place. And we being women had that additional knowledge, that additional insight into the struggles that these women were facing. So we started writing about them, and I was very happy that a lot of the women whom we wrote about went on to get national awards. We encouraged them with our writing. So these are some of the things that we did, and in a way, like, you know, some of the obstacles that we face. Manipur is a nice place to work in. The men are very courteous, like, you know, they are very yamna tatita wena di tawdaba. They are very nice men. But they just are not there for you. So that makes the difference. And I won't be able to comment on the legal implications or whatever, like, you know, sir said, whatever problems we face, because my writing has, like, the way I wrote has always been in this line. So these are some of the things I wanted to share with you, and I hope some of you will become good journalists.
Yeah, Anjulika, thank you for your very positive insight into women journalists and their problems faced by them. Was you happy about menstrual problem at the private sector companies and the firms? And I talk about their general tendency not to hire women because of the issues of or the obligation to pay their maternity benefits, this and that. Well, it is also patriarchy, flowing down to economics. So it's both, a fine blending or a bad blending of patriarchy and the economics, because they don't want to pay for the days, women don't work. But it's the right time. The government should think it over of introducing a law which makes it compulsory for every firm, a private firm or a private company, to have an equal proportion of men and women workforce. That could, to an extent, solve the issue. Yeah. So then coming to Dr. Lisam Senthalimbi, she is an educationist. She is the assistant professor with Don Bosco Guwahati. Dr. Lisam, what are the? Can you flex some specific women-related issues as an educationist? Because the school kids are also here, which will be encouraging and inspiring for them also. Yeah.
Thank you, Uza. Ahan mamaktada Dynamic Manipur and Lamjing Meira bu thagachari masigi platform si pibibagin na magta in order to share to the young minds and to my colleagues and to my elder Uza Guru Mayam gi mafam dan nolukchari. Ako na ngasi nangyariba topic si challenges faced by women in Manipur with respect to law and society. Law and society hai basida topic law in society has it's everything ko so law in chan kare aduna masai law gi matang da su neina bi khiba khara haire law is law everything have aina masi gi session sida ahamba point sida ina certain philosophical foundation amakha yam fundamental oiba question amakha ko angam yam ju yori gender hai ji kari no kai no hai basi kitang understanding ama thame not the moise sumanam to you know a lot of paradoxical oiba state amada leibagum na toy ko aduna angan sa khoina says that law hai basi important oibra oi but the question comes then is law everything law sina pumna mapu kano to ba yabra hai basi question je solution propia brang bra hai basi limitations kya mam le ko aduna khoina law ga society ga se you know chatmin na ba no khong thang min na ba madar ka le understand to bom da ka le akhui society se yamna dynamic oiba society ni dynamic hai bi hong iba society ni ko aduna akoina aina stage da haijaning base law and society hai ba malera stage da akoina I some instances kara bizage Meira paibi mayam ma movement da kara haijage ko Meira paibi mayam ma khoi nupi ke thel gi si khoi example se lower si ko nupi ke thel da protest yam ma tawi ko khoi Manipur gi mapanda movement sida khoina mayam na hairi si nupi si yam na empowered ore Manipur da asugumba gi image ama lei ko at the same time aina research to gi field work lak mutam 2018 da keno se ai se nok kadra kap kadra khangdewa haibedi nupi keithel gi over bridge da aina leiba kanda aina chatpa kanda moi se kobi se langnaraga khatneyewa nupi se manung da phambaga mapan da phambaga ko si khatnare adugi sem nupi du na pula kanda khoi gi CAA gi ko CAA gi bill gi matang da khoi se pula punjalaga mu sakti ama oina protest to rewa khoi se adege mu koina mu dege mu nupi myam sina mu society ki Manipur ge be issues da mu lap kan si de sa khoi se pula pulle ba adege violence khoi gi baby sanagi oiro adege ngarang nahan da thoiba violence myam su oiro moi se mu tumin na matom da hundok pidam badong na mu hek to ba ko siki paradoxy kamaina understand to ba siki paradoxy understand to matam da khoina what is the women's question in Manipur hai ba se understand to ma change ba akoina mainstream feminism na tag mainstream gi nupi gi matang da wari sanaraga ojana nga sai haibi gi ba figure mayam du United Nations ki di chahi khudingi status of women karam country da nupi na kya oidi nupa na kya oidi haibasi ki status se chahi khudingi dum low ba status te ba but what does this percentage or what does this numbers tells about our society tells about us tells about our experience as a women haibasi akoina khangma ma darkar leba aduna akoina samaj ki hoga ima matam gi matungina gender haibase akoina understand to bu darkar le gender se ahung manai mafam gi matungina phagi dalit community mayam am lere India da dalit na face to riba nupi gi question duga akoi gi Manipur gi context ta lei riba nupi gi question si khena gane ba let us take back akoi ancient times da chalase ko akoina lingthwing ambi gi matam da lingthwing ambi na war fight to ba magi akoi meeting gu kiampan akoina mana lanja khim matam da somna kana tangkhun na war to salakpa si da lingthwing ambi na mu adu face toraga nupa gi fusion selaga face toraga adu gumagi mai pakhi bagi keno se hoi nupi gi awang position adu gi yamna yang wang position am leire at the same time akoina mu nupi jamu nupi maharani jamu mayam gi mamangda khubanga tharaga phubiraga mayam mamangda demoted amuk toba insult amuk toba masigi paradox se akhoi kamaina understand togni adegi ningthau gi matamda akhoi gi isam zamba praja sing nupi sing gi life ki status se kamain oi haibasima akhoi inai nei na de akhoi khangde ko adubo akhoi samlapna akhoi haibam di yai ke gino habda akhoi gi matam dugi administration akhoi ngasai ojana law rule of the law adugi matam da rule of the law si kamaina leige haiba aduga keno on revenue structure administrative structure dagi lap na leiba ko ana akoina sigi nupi sigi experience nupi sigi struggle se akoina British lakringi mamangda kamain toromba British ni matamda kamain toromba duga post independent matamda kamain toba haibigi ahumgi sigi trajectory se masi akoina naina badarkar loi khangna ngai darkar loi in order to understand ourselves ko aina ya maduda yamna changdabida aina haining badi post independence matamda akoina British na palame British na panma matamda akoida nupida awaba singse akoina tax collection toba duguma mayamam leikra adugo maitegi kingi makhada khogi cultural kano sidais tax collection tobage dugumna miobegi praja mayam si wahanba dugumбеги context khara leikra adugumbagi issue maraktu da khoi nupilan ahanba nupilan ani suba tholai ko adagi mu aduna sigi paradox adum leidana leba awon sigi paradox kamaina understand to godage haiba matam da adagi khogi post independent matam dana ning tam phang matang dana khoi lal hobagi keno mayam lai adagi armed conflict lai adagi afspa lebe adagi nupigi punsi mayam ma manghanba kamain manghali moi victim ore kamaina victim ore extrajudicial killing gi matungi na ko ifam gumbo organization mayam tore kon ifam gi wari se ta matam da ifam gi nupi sing sina hogi inau idina hoi inau renu hoi moi gi wari se ta matam da khoina moi gi struggles na kamaina how from powerlessness tagi hope ama khak pirakpa they are fighting with the state with the might of the state ko amna akoi gi situation je aina haijaning budi gender gi situation je gender haiba pot se it is an equation that making and unmaking je matam khuding ki matung ina dum leigineba now the question is akoina ojik democracy chatpa lebak amo oibenina everyday life sidesta state ka nupi gi life sega kari mari leina gi habse akoina masi understand towa ma changi masi todabagi perhaps ko aduga masi gi complexity se akoigi nupi gi issue se nupi gi wahang sing si kari oibega hai matam da akoina nupi gi wahang sing se kari no hai matam da akoigi unsettled oiba political issues ko minute ama pibio ko unsettled over political issues aina sumana ahum thukna categorized oi external factor haiba ma inter community factor haiba ma adu internal factors haiba moi mayam sina punjil laga khogi nupi gi issue nupi gi problem se leheleba external factors haigana koina unsettled over political issues tagi tholakpa khoi lalhobagi irang boge adu content to nabagi namakta mechanism mayam tholakpa adudagi akoina angang woni dum ure nupi gi punsi da kyam soon gi haiba se ko then akogi global market forces sinam changak pesida khogi hanagi leizaram economic systems system attack to salakpa dagi poverty dagi ecological oiba issues akogi infrastructure dam gari wari sa basing akoina nupi gi lam mangba dagi flood torokpa da nupi gi awaba mayam ma ko then sigumba question mayam ma dagi akoina sum migration se sum leirakpa migration se external factor maban dagi sum kano changi dagi akhoi Manipur dai su mapanda chatli mapanda gi misu Manipur da lai ko issue se akhoi gi nupi macha sing na mapanda chatpa matam da nupi macha dang nate nupa macha sing chatpa matam da racism natraga discrimination adugumba gi issues me ama face tawi ko adagi mapanda gi lakba migrants natraga illegal migrants ki matang da moi akhoi moiga mayanga muk luhong basida amuk question achawa muk rise tore maitai nupina mayang ong basi yabra yadabra haiba sigumbai contested question myam laiba sigumbai gi question myam je akoina understand to wada kale then inter community questions akoina naga ga kuki ga khatna bada naga nupiga kuki nupiga nungsinana leiminarambado adu akoi khetnarakpa distance lerakpa ko then akoi gi samna haibda pangal ga maitai ga khatna khiba matam da akogi distance lerakpa nupi gi marak sina siguma mayam ma tholakpa sina inter community factors haitare ko adigi regional inequality mayam se leiba ko internal factor haigana sai koi nei nagi ba patriarchy yum da thoiba kano kogi chain makta da oro mong doiro ko seista yamna subtle oiba patriarchy ma leiri ko ado nupi tamona su haibi gre nupi sina gatekeeper oi kamaina gatekeeper oi no why is a gatekeeper ko samna haibada ai example lam pizage ai gi mot ki matung ina ai lan bi ai counter to biro manembuka mamau nupiga khatna basida ai thinking dadi nupa du pangbagi da makta manembuka makuba ka khatna bani haina manembuka mamau nupiga khatna bani haina lauje ba maybe in an another way I can also interpret nupa du na mamau du dasu magi nupi du dagi nungsiba pamba magi mama du dagi su nungsiba pamba du na divide and rule policy sana bani haina su interpret tauge hai di interpret tauge hai ba aduna aina haijaning ba point di ngasagi sigi problem me am states na ahoiga state siga gi mari leina base state sina kamaina intervene to we have se state sina akhogi inter everyday life sida akhogi nungti gi khujik lai ba matam sida noi lai ba school gari ba se nungti gi thengnari ba violence sida state na kamaina keno to we have se masi akhoina gyan tamina ba madarkar lei oga nupa gi nupi gi anti men natraga anti women haibe gi sigumigi keno sida chakhraga di ko gender gi understanding se yamna lan ba keno ma
Yeah, thank you. We'll have a last question and answer session, but I think that if there is any question. But before that, let me also flag 2-3 inherently woman unfriendly laws in India, just to highlight the issues. Akwina suppose we say Hindu Succession Act, nupi ama macha leitreba, macha am thamde, ade mai mapuru sigreba. Adu masu sireva. Aduga magi thama property, whatever property she owned, whatever assets she had, will go to her husband's heirs, brothers, whatever, uncle, this and that. It doesn't go back to her brother, to her own uncle. It doesn't go back. So that's one lacuna we have in our Succession Act. Now the second one is that in case of divorce or separation of a woman from a husband, so all that she gets is her maintenance money. She doesn't have any right on his property or his asset. So that's second lacuna. And then we also have the Child Marriage Act. Child Marriage Act is prohibited, but somehow it is not made punishable to the extent that suppose if a 12-year-old girl and a 13-year-old boy, they elope and then they decided that they will continue to live together as husband and a wife. The marriage is voidable. To that, in the sense that the boy can walk out of the marriage till his age of 23 and the woman till the age of 20. So that's kind of voidable marriage. So this is some gray area in our legal system which is usually seen as woman unfriendly. Yeah, so we are almost at the fag end of our session. Any question answer to our panelists? Yeah, anybody can raise his or her hand to make it a little more interactive. Yeah, I think there's somebody there. No.
Sir.
Yeah.
One question, please. Hello, sir. Sir.
Yeah, I think you can put your speaker microphone on and speak.
Okay. So my question is, from the beginning of the session, we are talking about the positivity of the women's society. How first session women positivity that let's make it a little bit negativity. If you want to know the side effect of a good thing, then we need to bring that good thing to negativity. My question is, patriarchal society negativity in the name of modernism, panelist election be first session in the second session election panelist in this era of modernism, manung the good way affable my pang there are some kitang in 100% only 2% but the remaining 97 to 98% of the women youth women they are in the name of modernism, they are something in the world of something that we don't want. Future still 19th century to 20th century fog in well discipline in the term of modernism the ngana moi shi khoni namthabi ba namthabi ram nupi sing sine hena discipline lei bugum to ba aduga hujik modernism gi mingda lak le nupi sing si amom dhar ga they are in kai hai tare akoina hek u buda futures gi responsibility ma masada ikhang khang da right ma khang da smile le duna success or panel sing na si matang si da mind chi se ke mind change to bi ga da ke dom thambira.
And any panelists who wants to answer the question?
Sir, can you request for the name of the student and which school is he from?
Yeah, I think you can introduce yourself with your school name.
My name is Jupiter Lalapam. I'm in 9th standard. I'm from Brighter Academy.
Okay, thank you.
So let me try and answer this. In fact, I think what is already showing up is, should I continue in English or maybe a bit of Manipuri as well? Akoina adom isana akoigi patriarchal systems immerse only na question there's a patriarchal system ki posikari yawre akoina norm hai kan who set those norms I pule phajite haskan modernism la kan phajite hai kana na hai no is it a consensual kind of a decision akoi me am si modernism la amninya swai to mun si hai ran no bana hai ra hai pose mo yam chawno lebu question mo iba si post le re aduga aduga ai answer da ai na kitang hena elaborate on it. Amana koi hana ya panelists na nga kibdegi, especially what Angelica said about gonna say that koi nupi issue nupi na trikangwe hepose. So I just want to join in there, and there's a big fallacy there. I don't know. I join on it. Koi na we're not islands. Aina ai wrong. Sa nang yawri hen nai. Hai sada proof to ngai late ba. Adu isu we have something called empathy that I'm able to understand what the other person feels. Ain mi ama samti so le ngai sa ngon tu jungum poi na. So ilu na ram to ke chaptang khagi na. Otherwise, we are just islands. That's a theoretical possibility. Because island, my experience is completely different from somebody else's experience. I consider that. She is a philosopher, Ludwig Wittgenstein, in the Pam, the Mana, Yamson, Putompi, Putopium, Pazana Haidar. Aina, Hoyam, Sino, Udisa, Unaka, Udisi, Green and Wina. Venom Green, someone is having a doing. Higher consider. My agree to what it's green and externally agree to it. But what my sensation, I know I agree, and the beautiful sensations that I get same sensation green or see out of blue or so I'm a yellow or so when green and agree to him now. See Manari by here, Miss only island, I mean, will see Manari Banan or the way you see Manabra. I couldn't have the green Haminare, green sensations, they won't punk is one point Manabra. I consider proved on action later. Saturday, when I might have getting inside Nagai, Sudi Nagani, I think I'm Gantaro. My tea is with my tea, Gantaro, we are separate islands. I consider there's a huge fallacy there. Otherwise, I said, feminist movements can see feminist movement against America, they are supposed they are at the forefront. Not that more issues anti-abortion law against the Canada yearly. I can't talk yearly see majority green home. No way by the Patriarchal have a gatekeeper labor. Yarway, no be CC, have a strong Patriarchal value, Narkins, in the Pina. And we have the capability to understand that. Neurological structures, Jeremy Rifkin, empathic civilization, and it's explained to you. I don't understand those only. Combined together, brains. It's a relatively new study, it seems, that brain, there is something called the mirror neurons. Aduna aina sis akoi mangsida try me changa mathanda agona focus on the mathanda thang linkhai joba ai ma akoi longmin choice longmin ni kai no ingon focus on the ingon louder get ben high consider we have those mirror neurons in our body that we see what is being suffered mana suffer is ugan ingon same reactions live see reactions like me it is greater in some people the different level lego aduna akoi moina this empathetic distress kana angang mga report ngai ba se ni huni po angang mga si nursery da hospital thamina kan angang ama kap kan dai me amne kap leo kadoi kap ina du moi pa phone bra marong khona bra hai kan se asu leite moi hai se there's something called the mirror neurons in our body which is actually making me share the experience of the other seeing amdra kan we fail as a civilization it would not have happened reda khoina civilization ki definitions hai kan se he khaina bamle moi na saru kam kana civilization hor puno mi gi se khoi sa don le ma sa don like misto ga khoi gi empathy is puno na civilization kap kai des have got basic building block ham building blocks kai le ge tinga sa thaina gi saru me am thena ga saru me am se ga sa mi si so ga sira ma adum hi myang ni hedu ma than han no si ba si gi evidence le ada khoi gi ham civilization gi evidence kan ha kan sa mi si phairu stick pa femur stick kan sa heal do ga go on CBS tamna si ke ba sila yo kan se civilization yo re si ha si evidence ne hai kan ro khoina amagi ke ro ba khoina wile le kan sa me am si yo ba si sa ji ni kan ma khong nam te kan ma hingo yo no ro ga ka na so kan no home za thok ni ke kai ni za thok ni ma khong te ka hing so ngoi ba ada mi so right tor ma dom oi re mi ni ma khong te ka sa ma khong te kan bi si yo khat bi si hai bi la kan sa ma khong te hing ba le bi saru te na kan sa civilization ho re ha bi ko tham ni en hainari ne ba mi ma khong te ka adu kai na ina hai anjula ka hai na am se ama okay island mo ma khong te ke do ke to ke sna ra mo ai ngon na bi ka ma hai ke civilization like na mai to na pi si hang sa hai ba mai menopause la kan sa mai awab si game khang de hai ka si adu de pa ai su jan bi ga po isi ai ga homin ra si je ga ta ni ai je sen ga ta ni adu kamai to nai poi don hai kan sa ai si pha tang de ga if you make this segregation from the beginning, then there is no connection between not just male and female, but also between human beings. There is no connection at all. I need you. What is he? There is no communication at all. I think it's a big fallacy. Intellectual Jordan Peterson said he doesn't believe in this feminism. He doesn't believe in environment justice and all that. I don't know whether someone high, but I can quick see that my feminism believed that Minamanga can scatter. When I consider Nupians of what we had, one of the statistics for the Lanas even Pangani, a bigger members in Tennessee, Manapan Helmoni, longevity that long pussy sang was going to sang you on opinion harmony. So I put her ever. A minor when a measures, I don't know, technically. I don't measure not like getting say empathy policy. I want to really acquire some of the arroy. Yahanje Haggy, the quick say empathic civilization, Germany of Ken had an empathic civilization and built of Hargady. Amana was again Tanaba. Nupina Pada want the Mianga, Awam, who can say Wabiba. Arena says, I'm going to see video can over with Dana. Aina heck, Tainer White, Amoyam, Pasava, video modemly, say, train the palm, my iPad, and got up the funny was a Gami and Gasman, no Hogan. But me, Louis, no, about train, no minute, have about cinema, can only a video with them labor. Hiding cinema can have connection to Germany. Man knows Manapagi, Hagi, Usu, when there is man no go with the no need to get away in hikers. You can say, mirror neuron man, the Magi experience, me later experience. I want to pound be never. At the Quina, quite progressive way more, Aduga, Sagi, Aquina, scientific way more, young minutes, human humanity or young minutes. I understand you. I understand your story. There will be no stories at all.
Yeah, thank you, Tom Pradeep.
I just want to say something in relation to Tamu's point.
Keep it. Little thing on the point about this customary law, which you brought up. The customary is also the.
But little short because the time
I'll make it very short. I'll make it very short. Just a snappy kind of sentence. That the primacy will have to be on the consensual law. Because you know, there is a thing called the UNDRIP, United Nations Declaration of Rights of the Indigenous People. See, the customary law came up, but they also came out with the statement, there are certain peremptory norms which cannot violate law. Even if your law agrees that women gender is namthabiya in a customary law or mozo nupi ngang hire magaso riyadi. I will say that's a peremptory norm. We allow slavery in our society, so we will have slavery. It will not be allowed. So peremptory norms or just kogen as they call them, these are absolute values. We have to keep those in mind.
I really appreciate your question, a student from Writer Academy. Your question is wonderful. It makes us think a lot. Feminism is a Western concept. Yes, I agree. Feminism is a Western concept. Adubu kari kai geba akoina kano society amada movement amana traga kano makak tholok matamda adudagi akoina tambada kari kai bele geba. Then Marxism thole Marxism dagi akoina tambada kari kai bele geba. But how do we contextualize highways-neba maru orise? Nasai aigi colleague Anjulika nago your experience as a woman journalist. That was her experience. I would like to draw the attention of a famous writer, Bell Hooks. Marginalities I understand to women. Aduga, Nangi question that I can semtok nimba malayko. Semtok is a carino is a nupi is a category ama oina uganova. Nasi in a nupi ama in a pamagalize. Mapanda like Tamure, I have the privilege of education of a good university. Aiga kanomada street vendor oina labor me amaga comparison to Bayaroi. Aina sex worker oina labor amaga aiga comparison to Bayaroi. I see from the Pangisi because of the network that I have, because of the friends that I have. Duna nupi is a category oina uragadiko langani. And often kedoroke have the Hogi Samasta. Nupina crime, matopmatanda, who say female criminality say. Nupi is a crime to we are the Gumba. And Markan Nupi is Mantor Leg, the Mihibigi concept amaka with the perception amaka labor. Masi Tugai the Kaleko. And the Nupi is a category amanateva. Adumanto the Nangasagi, question the winner. Tamona Haibiriba civilization ki matangda amagimam ki matangda Haibi recorduga. Why it is important to tell our stories? It is so important to tell our stories. Tamona di empathy matangda nupana filled over. I absolutely agree to the point. But it is also very important. Sex worker amana kamana sex worker where haibigido. I did research to zaruri. I worry sana zaruri. And bell hooks na worry mana point haiba. Why did you swatter about gangbu duda? Why did you marginalize or me to give story to tauba? Adugi story to the gi. Adudagi rise to ropada. Adu empowerment neba. Adu imatam daneba. I resist to wong pagi sakti malarido. Adu empowerment. Empowerment is not something I know on the ching of biraga I ching chaba pange. I empowered or habiade. Empowerment is not about say akwena nupi. I just want to mention this very important point. I know sex workers in the research to matam da. Sigi organizations na nupi MLA ama khakta moigi problems is man to balay kara MLA do the moina approach to bazane approach to matam da MLA sin hire moigi dam tu kanana ke do no I mean like they are not human beings type of manangange ba. So if we are talking about lawmakers have the adugum nupi do na Mamta Banerjee na keno oi matam da she is a CM akoi Manipur the CM or the BI ko. Does it really make a difference? Adan akoina nupi ki worry singse Anjulika nasu I follow her work. She has been writing marvelous work on women's story. Ko I loina download roga loina pai ko. It creates a narrative sagat pasineba perception sagat pasineba koina darkar le se adu akoina sigi narrative sidagi akoina what is the problem haibedo akoina kaino toroga nupi myam se punjal laga nupi constituency ama sagat pa Keguna da khudi democracy chatpal lebak ne aduna mikhal to matamda nupi ki issues sing je akoina vote ki election matamda yawbra yawdabra haibegi issue do are we able to bring out are we able to say that akoi nupi ki violence ki law nupi da thoi violence myam sing se muthal halu handa halu haiba da akoi election gi keno da agenda da yawbra aduna akoi gi nupi na thoiba problem se akoi worry libam hana dakar leba nupi gi perspective tagi libam dakar leba. I'm not saying that men does not have the empathy, but we need to tell different stories. We need to tell multiple stories. Akoi gi jingda ichine now nupi macha imama yamna karamna wage haibase. Have we ever thought about it ko aduna akoi multiple story myam si pusalaga akoi na si movement amaneba no manda young people like you, all of you, both boys and girls, we have to work together in order to build this constituency. Ano nga sagi World War I da nupi miyam duna, natraga feminist movement miyam duna, haibiram dragadi ngasi ay ngasi sida pamaga laaga wangang iba. Ko adagi war haiba matamda war gi against the thola iba keno miyam se nupi miyam angang ga nupi ga sokhiba miyam do adugumba sokraba lak ki wari miyam do adugi wari dunane akhoi gi present day da akhoi yam peaceful oiba comparatively ko akhoi past ki life ta yengune ancient times yengune kyam yam no war thoi miyam se. So comparatively we are living in a very, very better world of Tamil. I just want to add to what you say.
One line, just one line.
But little short.
One line. Say sex worker, you don't have to become a sex worker to write about. No, you don't have to be there to understand what the sex worker is suffering. You can, with empathy, you can actually feel what that suffering is without being a sex worker.
That's correct. Sex worker what is those tamo keno me yori nupi ma yori ba man haiba aigi nupa aigi ipana thawm be hingol do aigi yamna yuni haina hai yolagadi ai paisa loruni yondragadi paisa loroi haiba aduda aina aigi life ka magi life ka relate to ngameba tamona ke dongeda ngamoyeba do perhaps I don't know. Maybe I'm putting a blank question.
Hitang thamjage sex workers singi sex workers ina mak concept oihoraba matungda rape da concept oira matungda my father recognize ogdaba angang lei hoji hingeba ko kaya yamna hogi aduna warang gadus kaino magi mapaka nano haibase ma khangba ngamdreba adugomba angang hingieba koigi society side sida yangwaba aduga akhoina hoji akhoina women empowerment ne haidana akhoina police ki thana da hairo law enforcing agency nupi police station mayam hangdore akhoi hangdokta ba mafamda hangdokpi ondana we are demanding for that natra sidai sida akhoi nupi police station sena hoji hena sathi re eba nupa degi karigino haibada nupi police station tongana hangribagi maram che akhoi nupi na victim oiraga angonda sexual crime tawreraga angonda ai se victim oiraga ai awaba wari se nupi officer da sangaga ai awaba se phazana tabiraga magi mathakta legal proceeding dor initiate torok na bagi da makta madugo mo khodong saba pifam ne na koina lowraga hangdokhibane ba adubo akhoi gi nupi police station sing se sidai sida media na coverage over na tabirangani ko sidai sida akhoi gi high profile laiba akhoi superior officer sing sigi mieng changhaningi madudi any complaint am toru matamda moina sida ngasai corruption gi waga sanai hibado ahan bagi session da corruption toba port ki mamantang ba toido si corruption edana aina aigi complaint thare eraga angonda victimize tawreraga mayuri leina ba accuse phabiu maga mai leina ba investigate to biu an habse makhoi the beggar do na haireraga moi thabak to biba ma sange ba akhoi se moi da police da yam non jabagi type da nupi sing do na akhoi to birak tre ba police station khara lai sak maming dia ai niam to jara roi sigi platform si dei se da akhoi da complaint yam la na haiba matam da ukil di magi client degi longning wa phi da in terms of crore logera ama logera magi client ge longna jaba da kaisu leite adubo ai employee ama oiraga di ai police am oiraga di ai na madugi mi ama phasat matam da ai gi gari thau happy daga di police na sapi de court degi anticipatory bail lawre hana haire raga court ki order mawa lodi na haiba ngamba nupi police officer la hoji nupi ni hana sathi le paisa yaugdradi aduga any civil nature paisa puba yonba aduga puthok pusin tongna ba scheme degi hatu hasin toba purely civil nature ne na court na hairaga pabi yaro haira bawada paisa thobada police na haleng ba leitere paisa thi ba paisa se singbagi paisa ra recipe haiba matam dana athiba khon hairaga tanthorpa yam yaure masima su akhoina women empowerment ki part da misuse toba abuse of power toba se masi ju thingbam thoe aduna masima su lei aduga khitang thaidoga akhoi revenue court ta aina khitang panjari se si khudong chaba phangda dana semdok pa jo corruption ni mai da akhoi ina khumba mi gi problem leitre lairba mi amana ai ingkhol gi pata ngasai gi sex worker am gi magi ingkhol pata do magi claim tawna ba ai document kha disangi tanthokba matam si dei sa lupa sangwa yaudra di ingkhol pata phangre hai reraga computerized obada with seal and the signature certified tawgadri di tawdraga di admissible oidrabanina madu phangna ba khona bada mandol singna staff singna sk singna lupa sangwa thadradri khoi certificate copy phangoi. These things also may be corrected because, especially women victims, we suffer a lot for that. See, ina kumba mina kangway ba, lair ba midana madu awa se kangani ba, adu legal practitioners na madu kangani ba, aduna aduke mati ngasai bungo do na hangbi he ba wahangi pakhumda nupa nupigi Manipur gi phibam se sakhalak padi yam heli adu bu laibuk phaba haiga da thi ba haiga da family quota divorce ki masing, dissolution of marriage ki masing, judicial separation ki missing, maintenance ki case masing hengat le masi afaba khudam nate lairi hairaba nupa nupi sing officer oraba nupa nupi sing abroad laiba swaida laiba adjustment ngamnakta ba imung kairakba domestic violence hengalakpagi masing je hojik aduki mati hengale ai hakna ahal ama oina ai senior citizen am oina tungi isa singda student sing sidai sida akoina dakar oibase karino haibada ai moral education ai yunga kamai tongna loina ba ai imung manunga kamai loina ba samaj aina satkada ba ai ima indo nakna bada kamai satkada ba suguma ai ima ipana kari pami isa singna kari pami sakhalakpagi train sida ngasa ibungom na haibi ge ba some adjustments ang hebdo adjustment se akhoi nupi singna Manembok da taina ba yaroi akhoi khujing manembok ki role la manembok na su khare adjust tok tare mamok na su khare adjust tok tare aina lairu ba ai nupa se ai inembok ki yam nungsi na phangjaba masani moina saukhale aina luhonge aduraga di aina lairiba ai nupa se ai inembok ki nungsiba masani ko like aina ai isa nungsiba gumna haibo wakhan khanba matam oire aduna young generation sidai young youth sing sidai an appeal to body the future is yours you are the nation builders aduna apaba khuna am seminar si no apaba khuduma oibiu habisini thank you
is it necessary okay but this is short yeah
okay mayam yam nga tumin leiba do nungai te kaino ai handing body gender equality ngang ne re khoi myam na ko Ad akoina kaubadi khoi se third gender amale transgender singse male female and then woman male female and male ne ba khoi transgender de ba adu akhoi ki NGO akhoi ki taraf ta ki akhoi ki perspective da we are supposed to empower all three of them and the most marginalized kana oi ge heraga transgender singse ba adu ki mapot ta kari la ke heraga gender equity, that means giving equal opportunity to all the three genders in terms of job, education, and career. Mayam se moi slow in access oigadoba, accessible oigadoba. Moi transgenders, if we leave them behind, then they become very marginalized. Moi se empower tauroi. Ado aina handing body feminism is a form of empowerment. Nupigin magko. That is this thing final. Akhoi ki kainam empower oibagi khoi se feminist oirak paneba adu oina.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, I think the question has been answered quite elaborately, but if I have to answer it based on my understanding that the question was more about possible abuse of otherwise woman-friendly laws. This question, the answer is yes. There has been occasions where women have used the otherwise woman-friendly laws to as a tool for blackmail or as a tool for extracting money and then put people into trouble. But the courts and the judicial fora have been quite quite sensitive about it. In fact, in some months back, there were some judgments passed by the Supreme Court, which basically says that if an intelligent and otherwise educated woman goes to stay with the men for some time, and later she complains of rape, the Supreme Court says no, it's not rape, because she chose out of her own volition to stay with that man. So increasingly, the courts also have come to terms with the possible abuse of such otherwise woman-friendly laws. So the judiciary is quite aware of it. So that's my answer. Now, my one last question, if there is any. One last question.
Sir, I have a question.
Sir.
But very short.
Rape case.
No, your name and your school name.
I give me a moment to I was 9 standard at Amigo, Brighter Academy. I question here. Rape case in Manipur, the rape case in Wang, Manipur, the rape case in no Machung Wang, Hengale, Thai Matam. Say some say young Kaimuki among the rape case again later Deva. Like one son of a Thai son of like one son of a hink, no Yaibo, no part of people that don't come in a Sana, Latin Talaga. Other rape case key, songs the one, the rape case, rape, later there was some money. Although housing matam is rape case is one college, Chapalapan Oidora, Dupana, Dupina, Karimaram, you know, rape case on college, Sigi, Madam. I know,
oh, 6 Zekatang to Matam Electra, following I Shannon Kumga, okay, Lorbrina. Matamamada, I understanding the Manipur is a Quigi. Nupis and Bamongi and Anitona, Suroman Kale, Ahamadam, Isa generation mama, an issue with the Pabama. The Pabajum, Matamada, Pabo Paragadum, no Alagadum, Yanabix at the Winter some. Sitting I worry not to go by pushing a libidum like that. Wanted to Lumaga Paragari, not a bad, not a good thing. At the mind, Aduga, I home super Matamda Quigi victim, Matamda Quigi. Chelu Bahibase, Amuk Chelu Bahibase, is it key sensitive issue even in now. Amuk Chelu already Maki Pixes and Manga Banina, rape case of the Bedesum Luhombagis and Bimale Male. At Huzikina Ketan, modern society, whatever now. If Mana saying a Chelura, I wonder to my interrogate a police of to e, rape to a Habigi, Aduna possible reason ama when I can say I walk on that. See what's happened, it's a month, not sorry.
I do coming later, Mummy.
Oh, yeah, thank you.
Sexual intercourse over Matamda with consent, Yoga the rapsing day. Without consent. Nupiamana, I have a Yogdana, the sexual intercourse over the Madu rapne. Can never say, Aniana, that over the it doesn't amount to rape. Yanadraga the Aduna Nupan PCL Han CLA Aduna Hosi Spectre Mayamam like Nupa Imonu Pata Badegi, Nupa Lyra Badegi, Natradu Tok the Badegi, Zen Badegi, Natraga Manipur, the CL Haido Peshapa Badeg, Hope Pector Mayam like that is another thing. Only rapes answer is rape is permitted qua Nupiduna without consent. I pre consent like they have the rape of Duba.
I see amte et to zahoge ko. Hana nupi mchada ko nupam saga sexual intimate oiba sexual intercourse to was the consent later so if at any point of time how would I ishana yare marakta nupa du mong do I hainada than another nupi du mong do I hainada than I consent to dragati that is also rape. And rape is not just vaginal intercourse. Rape is many things. It can be sodomy. It can be using your fingers. It can be many things.
The insertion of any body part.
Yes. Yeah. Simati, I think this is something which is really good knowledge for all the young kids. And there is also another thing. When I'm married to a person, nupama nupima luhongaba. It does not give the man exclusive rights to have sexual intercourse with the woman at any time that he wants. If the girl does not, woman does not want to have sex with her husband, that also is rape. It is called marital rape.
But somehow it's a very gray area, and any kind of marital rape affair is yet to be taken cognizance of, if I know it correctly. Yeah. That's a very gray area.
Sir, last question on tahag jogi sir. Koi madam nag to news really yaw ring is na question na sang kata sir.
Sino last ni ko?
I line na haboge.
Okay, one answer left from my the previous question.
Yam tiyan tham jage kasi anjula kan hai kare ko rape to the sexual intercourse da hogalu kansa partner toxic kansa to put 200 rape ne haise see India ri oi roiba aduga Sweden ri oi kange Sweden oi na ko Julian Assange I know hajik am controversial
I agree with you.
Julian Assange magi maun da rape to go charge sineva Sweden na pi ma ya
in India once consent is given you can withdraw
it's over. That's another thing. So what I'm saying is rape is according to what the law defines. Sweden the rape rape.
Yeah, I agree with you. If you give consent for 5 minutes and then you had a sexual relation with somebody, but later on you can't back out that okay it was rape. I agreed because of this in these circumstances. Now I regretted it, so I'm withdrawing it. That's not rape. Yeah, there's abuse of your the legal provisions. Yeah.
Saigi last question namta sir.
Yes.
So I giving RK Seketombi.
Yes.
From Moirang. I sasi Moirangi legal aid clinic da partab na chum thabak tawjaba sida I experience sabta haijagi sir. I kogi women empowerment haidana nupi sing sida full power pisan giba sida. Ngasagi hekta kogi ngasagi law se lan na sin rakpong khayawreba. I did no peace na no possible punishment behind Genatraga, fine Tianga Haragadi, Kayumba Madam, I met the hector, bring hector song a kanda. I man a reptore, I man is it Bangale, Hypo Asikata, bring song Momatanda. I could give like I do like Meira Pivi Club, I think even I could give Logi, Mui Power Yauna, Hector Masi, no peace nabu song of Nina. Ma women empowerment monda rights Supreme Court na nupi da cham pi khabanina choi da maki nupa si dandi phangadi haibo phama ma hauji yam kanna sa thanari ba masida ai nupi mo ojeraga su ai yam kanna ya janing de ba sida khoi madam gi mot amtang thambira magdi kasi gi samasida nupi arad ba to godori ba tausinaraga ta toraga pesa ma am tana ba honari ba sing sida yam na saw correction ama leigadra ba si khanjaba de ai madam na question si hangjane mani. Thank you.
Me ama dandi pi ba hai se hekta ma rep tawre hairaga heta court na pi roeba rep tawba da pi de se hayang trial he tor phom matam da akhoi na sang dui se kai no na haiba matam da hojiki rep ki IPC da yauri ba magi ingredients to test tok tai criminal procedure court ki matung ne tok tai khwai maru ori se Indian Evidence Act edana chaki sabon mayam adugi matungina sathare haraga trial tawre eraga ngasagi accused gi matakta beyond reasonable doubt the proof torok tuine ai rep tawre haireraga ai miya ai adu heta hairaga yare man haibe rep to kaya yamna sumi sumdagi na haibe se police na madu complaint tawraga investigate tawre eraga darkar leba medical legal examination tawni both victim and ngasagi accused adu tawrani aduga expert opinion forensic ta thagani ngasagi ai rep tawre na hairaga nupa do akhoi medical test da nupi lamina ba ngamdaba nupa oiramadi land roidro adu myam su yengduini aduga masidei se da magi sakhi evidence mangonda rep haiba sidi ayamana eyewitness lei ponte ko aduna eyewitness lei tabanena mado circumstances evidence tawrani aduga beyond reasonable doubt the proof tawragani aduga rep ki wangata bada khoina rape and murder gi khitang point sitang ga pusanjaraki yam telapna rape and murder se rape ki wa khangna re loire ai rape ni hai medical legal examination tawrani examination report basis oini magi 164 statement lawni sarsi thagalakani prosecution court matomna ngamponte masidei se da police department prosecution department aduga judicial officers mayam yauli sidei se da khanna re raga in due course la logi matungina trial tawraga tawgani aduga rape and murder se murder da khoina kwai sathiri se murder trial da kanana eyewitness leraba ma okay eyewitness later ga di murder trial da kwai gi maru ori se khoina kari oigi have the inquest report se is to be prepared by the executive magistrate aduga postmortem report inquest report and the postmortem report ani se compare tawrairaga madu thokla eraga moi examine court tawraba matungda cause of death se line khangba ngammeba aduna akoina Manipur da tholakpa matam sidai sida miyam sire adandi piwa hasi to adu to ada tawe aduga legal proceeding mayam amna ho hore akoina inquest report to matam da kanagumba miyama sire unnecessary death ki oiraga di restart tawraga di khwai ihan hamba da primary duty kaino di police sina ngasai executive magistrate sida inform tawraga executive magistrate sina magi dead body se ihan han mana inquest prepare tawreraga madugi inquest ki preparation duga horen mokta pureraga postmortem pangthokpa ani dugi compare tawrakpadaneba aduga akhoi post inquest report se ayambana akhoi di table da loi prepare tawreba ado machine da thole se kadai da thole inu hai matam da hayeng trial da hangakpa matam sidei sida magi asengba phektam ahoba se loi thokla ani ba ngasai gi official who ngasai gi examine who prepare inquest report to matam se loi thokla ani aduga akhoi gi di prajana khangda bene miyam sere postmortem da kari khangdoi no kaim kham inquest ni khai khangdoi si nupim jam siraga di victim mam siraga di magi inquest report today du da magi sex crime leibra magi adu ada yengba mai kari tobi kari phangi kari dead body identification adu ada akhoi gi trial to basi de sita sathi na awabam oeba adu guma mayam se fulfill to da degi aduna akhoina praja singsu aware oina na ba akhoina kana gumba mi ama sire unnecessary death ama leiren hairaga di akhoina police na akhoi de la police paw tamni phi kupsani aduga ma hakale gai da phatlang khaki ni ada namjani akhoi gi legal proceeding gi to doiba proceeding mayam si amak tawroi hayeng trial de maduna fail oirani aduna akhoina khangada su unnecessary death ama thengnaga di khwai ihan hanbaga akhoina inquest prepare to hanba aduga postmortem to hanba ani subu phangadi trial da ngasai gi eyewitness leiranu akhoina circumstantial evidence sirakani circumstantial evidence su leitraba eyewitness su leitraba aduraga di kanana hatpa no cause of death se kaina thirakpa no na haiba matam da akhoina last sin theory haiba ma trial da madu puthorakani ba adugi last sin theory se puthorakpa matang da ne ba akhoina thopal daga capital punishment phangibado aduna masigumba se akhoina khangjamaga su adum kanai na thamjage
supplement to budai do bada khoi gi somna habige do mob trial ne ba mob trial di mari ma khoi gi maral lei busuman ba lei busuman ba pura establish to da ba du da lakai gi khoi gi eta rumor sandu oga eta mayu mai tha ba de gi nupi ge maru koktok ba simbo ja seng mob trial itself is illegal aduga si khoi gi manipur di Sakarna koi economic koi mi lakai gi mi kha yana ra taw busum police su action lo tan magum ba khopa zum taw bu yawe ado yaw bu ta seng badi mob trial yaw mi sing do moi masa mo koi gi public offense ama dum taw ro bane aduga police na do koi gi FIR to hom to kana kana mob trial do ge yum si ba kana yawi maru ko pa kana yawi YouTube channel phang mane koi ni bi ge maru ko pa mara lai ngi de khang de masa masa yana ra chelu ru lakai noi wai lai re bane jo yam one last question, and this is the last question, and then we're not going to entertain any more questions.
Sir.
Yeah, no, I would say he's been asking me for a long time. Yeah, this is the last one. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I'll keep it very short.
Yeah.
I'm Rekha,
Yeah.
and my question is to the whole panel, and maybe perhaps the moderator himself can answer it. After we've been hearing all about the rape and gender and so on, my question is the age of consent, because there is a gap between the age of consent and legally adult or minor.
Right.
And then the question then is, as you have already said that in the earlier thing, that there is a gap. Right, and also there have been news report, not in Manipur, but outside also, where legally minor couple have married against their parents' wishes, and the parents have sought police complaint, the action of the police. But then, when it is the parents who are in favor of the union, then they force the girl. The ones that I've read are mostly of girls, not boys. So that has been one case. Now my question is, if a minor, even with consent, engages in a sexual act, that is legally supposed to be, as far as I know, correct me if I'm wrong, that's supposed to be rape.
Right.
Now, my question then is,
if she is below the age of 16.
Yes,
even if she indulges in a sexual activity with her consent, if her age is below 16.
Absolutely.
Then
so my question is then, if both two people, they have sex, and they happen to be minor, then how does the law treat it?
They have okay. They have sex. They are both minors, and they decide to get married.
Marriage is not in the question.
Yeah, I think that question. I think I leave it to Chairman Nokte. Sorry, there's something to do with the POSCO and the juvenile justice system. Yeah.
No, POSCO Act will attract.
Yeah.
And in case of minor, question of consent doesn't arise. Minor cannot give consent.
Yeah.
So their guardian are liable.
Below 16, below 16, there is no consent.
So how is it treated then, legally?
No, they will be booked. They will be booked. They will be booked under POSCO Act.
No, what she's saying is that a minor below the age of 60, she says that it was done with my consent.
No, she cannot give consent. Minors
that's
consent,
right,
we cannot
right,
obtain.
right. So
My question is that both of them, both of the partners,
yes,
by consent, but they are minor.
No, consent question doesn't arise
There is
in
not
case of
considered as a
minor.
legal consent.
In both,
Yeah.
in the both of them, in POSCO Act, victim is neutral. It may be a victim of man or female, or female.
So even the perpetrator in this case would be minor.
Yeah.
So in which case, what happens? Who is judged?
No,
What is judged? Where does it stand?
They must be booked under POSCO Act. Under POSCO Act. But in case I heard that in Madras High Court, marriage between minors, and if they are above the age of 16, and they are, the offense book has been quashed, the affair has been quashed.
Yeah, my understanding is that I'll go one step further. They had sex. Of course, Ishima is right. There is nothing called consent as far as minor is concerned, because her consent is not recognized under law. Even if she has given consent to a boy, and they have sex and there's rape, because the boy will be taken into custody. But there is some not a gray area. There is an act which prohibits child marriage. Okay. Now I'll go one step further. They had sex. They decided to stay together or to get married. It has happened in Manipur also. If you see some YouTube channels, you will see a young boy and a young girl, and a young boy with his earrings. In his. The problem is that such kind of marriages are prohibited in India. But the problem is that it is practically is considered as more or less not illegal in a sense that if they decide to stay together. But it is a voidable marriage. If they want to get out of it, they can get out. That's some gray area over there, because the problem is that they have already consummated their marriage. They have now stayed together. So there is a gray area. But child marriage as such is prohibited. Yeah.
Let me just add. If two minors have sex with consent, then it is not considered rape and is not considered a crime. So the law cannot apply to them because two minors are having sex.
Nobody said that. Nobody said that.
What I'm saying is that if it's consensual, then it is not a crime. And then in Manipur also we have
no
15 years old girl.
No, a minor cannot give consent.
Yeah, they cannot even give consent, so they're just having, so that question doesn't arrive. But here in India, we have, under the pretext of child marriage, what happened is that if intercaste, especially in Haryana and all these places, what happened is that if a girl and a boy get married before 15 or 16, then, but because it's intercaste and the parents don't approve, then they put a case against them. The boy is from the Dalit and the girl is from a higher caste, and they said, my child is still a minor, she did not give a consent. So that way, but here in Manipur, to my surprise, I find so many young girls married and elope at the age of 14 and 15, and we still do not consider this as a child marriage, and no law or maybe people are not complaining against it. So we just keep quiet.
Yeah, we tend to give social sanction to it.
Yeah, we give a social sanction to it, and then they happily married at the age of 15. By 16 they have a baby. So we say, but then still we say that there is no child marriage in Manipur, but it is very much there. So I think even we should take cognition of that and say that children cannot marry at the age of 15.
It's a void marriage, or rather voidable marriage, and it's a very serious issue. Yeah.
So this kind of thing we should look into it. Yeah.
The problem is that the boy and the girl have decided to get married with the blessings of the parents, and then the police also finds it difficult to go for a FIR or take police action. That's the dichotomy.
It's not a blessing, it's actually the children elope without the consent of the parents.
You can say mandated or compulsive consent, blessings, whatever. So here we end our session. I hope the audience enjoy the interactive discussion. And so then I hand over mic to Elizabeth. Yeah. Elizabeth.
next session. Next session.
Thank you, Tamo. I muy chakra ning ba da kan to khoi matam di am lo re aduga ai kenom tang gi me am je yang wa bra do video ma sam yeng ben na so kusem live, are you ready? Akhoi tumning asu good video yeng dikhar hogol bu se ko na sai mic to ka check akhoi session je angang sing yam yaw ni na angang sing su tok da na akhoi je next session je am na akhoi che ranjana library adagi tamo kharen moi akhoi me mathang session ji angang lo angang ha bi youth to focus to do ne ko adu mayam chatpi khinu break macha lo kem kai de cha di sin bane do cha gi break se matam leitre ko sigis lo re kan da yeng ase ko but are you guys mayam ngangnori mayam se dum follow to bungami ko ngam de bro ngam de bro ai mic se lo tho ha lo ra ge ngam de bro
amen
Sir, maruina, akhoi Manipuri loan sida phajana ngangan biraga di haugi badagi ko. Akhoi mayam se loi khangan janing ba do English te awngang gi ba sina khara di khangam do.
Khara akhoi ngasai dagi complaint laksari bai se ko. Ada ngasai gi akhoi live ka chat pasida dagi mayam ma su cover tonin to jad hoi khang bado khara hena maitilo na ngang di hena kham ba su ya do. Mathak ni session je ko session je khoi matam yamna ten gi badagi akhoi session ani khak akhoi punsin jare aduga as you can settle down noi tumning ba yaro ga sing khar thak selo akhoi se pung manga bau to duni ba ko noi manga bau akhoi program do taruk far dagi nungdang am theng ba yaro ina manga bau to jaki bani and there's so many people looking watching live, so many panelists waiting to speak aduna akhoi ngangan da with the panelists apta maim dan halan giroi aduna lakpang amro have a panelist me amsu speak aduna akhoi I would like to now call upon Mr. Subhasis for us to moderate the next session. So we have two topics that we had. Subhasis say again, moderators in a I really want to highlight that panelists in the course. So Subhasis Nandai, the next topic. So there is a topic called importance of interpersonal skills for empowering women entrepreneurs. How the women entrepreneurs in the interpersonal skills kayam na maru ege have ni ko amana adu second is na khoi career choices me ama pi bada kamai torga du career choice kamai logu na have da khoi panel lei bani. So Mr. Subhasis, if you can take the chair of the moderator, and I also now would like to welcome Tamo Kharibam Somerendro, Ichi Ranjana. They will introduce themselves. They'll talk about who they are, what they're doing, and a lot of things. Right? I call upon Gehapati Chanambam, Pramod Morangtham. Please come over because we have no time. We'll merge it and we'll segregate the topic. Okay? And I will also be sitting there as a panelist. Kusem live video singdo kitang kapto uze ama gumba hujek ani gumba kapse.
Hi there, Armstrong Pame here, former speaker in this dynamic Manipur episode series on leaderships and guidance. I'm extremely happy to hear that all of you are conducting this upcoming series on empowering and entrepreneurship, and especially the role of the women in the modern Manipur. As we all know, the role played by the women in our society, and especially a state like Manipur, whose name has been made popular because of our women's power. To mention few names, Mary Kom, Mirabai Chanu, these are the people that has made known to the world our state Manipur. I'm sure this upcoming series will be a challenging one, will be an encouraging one to all the participants. I wish all of you the best. God bless you all.
Hello everyone. Ngasigi Dynamic Manipur amasung Lamjing Meiraga Kutsamnaraga asigumba chawraba meaningful oiba inspiration episode 18 amasimbi bagi damakta aihak Shilpa Faramamna hainingai leitna thagachari. Aikoigi tinbiriba youth mayambusu masigi opportunity se lobiraga event asibu effectively utilize tobina baning singjari. Participate tobiyu, questions hangbiyu, panelists amasung Dynamic Manipur gi members singasu interact tobiyu. Tinbiriba youth mayam attendees mayambu event sibu mapung phahan bada saruk yabibagi hanna thagachari. All the best to our Dynamic Manipur family, the panelists, and to the attendees of the event. Thank you.
Okay, so we'll start the session now. So I think as we discussed, the first round we will. Jimmy, you can come, please. Just join. Yeah, I forgot about you. Please come. I thought so many panelists have left. Jimmy, please come over. There's a chair over there. So Jimmy Thangzam is another panelist for this session. Jimmy is the one on the top, this one. So let them talk about themselves for about the first two rounds, about the achievements and any message to the youth. That's the first. Second round is again around this you can ask, and then to Gehapti and me and Paramur, you can ask about career choices and what's your.
First is like I introduce them, and then I let them speak.
Introduce me, yeah. I've already introduced, so you can start.
Okay. And then again I come back to you for the career choices. Good afternoon, everybody. The last session was quite interactive and quite heavy, I say. So it was more towards the rights, it's more towards to the women rights and other things. So let's deviate a little bit towards the challenges that women face in Manipur and for the interpersonal skills and empowerment of women entrepreneurship in Manipur. Before we start, I just give you a hypothetical situation to all of you. Imagine tomorrow morning we receive a message on our phones and the TVs announce that from tomorrow onwards, no IMAs and no NUPIs are going to work in any of the markets in Manipur. What would be the situation like? You're very true. Because the entire commercial socio-economic system of Manipur is entirely dependent, not only Manipur, Mizoram and Manipur, completely dependent on the women of the state. How can we say that they are not enterprising? I would say, coming from a different background, or say, I'm here for last 6 years in Mizoram and then Manipur. So coming from having worked in Delhi and other states, world over. Also, when I look into the situation, if we talk about states from some of the North Indian states, Haryana, maybe Bihar, maybe Central India somewhere, I can find a context. But in Manipur, Mizoram, I don't really find that much context into it because the socio-economic structure is run by the women. If they are not there, it all fails down. Now, second question. My earlier I think the moderator had said that Islamic countries, women are very much troubled or they are subjugated. I'm sorry, it's not true. There are few Islamic countries where it's true, but I am also a resident of Oman. It's not true. They have full freedom of whatever they want to do and they can choose their careers. Third one. We talked about a lot of problems with the women that they are facing. My only solution that I can say, can we have a helpline number for the domestic violence victims in Manipur that can be run as a social enterprise, or an entrepreneur can come up and run a call center or maybe a helpline center that can be both. It will give a generation of income for a lot of youth, and that will be bring in a solution for the society in Manipur. We have done our level best in as Shivan Foundation. We run 3 cafes over here, which supports the victims for social violence. Now, not taking much of time, I'll just pass on the mics to my panelists. We have Dr. N. Ranjana. Then we have Mr. Somirendra. Thangjam Jimmy is there. Then Dr. Ibohal Singh. He's not there, I think. And Oinam Anuradha. She's also not there. Okay. Can we start with brother, please? Dr. Ranjana, please.
Check. Yeah.
Ahanba oina ngasi Bangkok liba taranipan suba inspiration episode Dynamic Manipur in collaboration with Lamjing Meira. Thagat pa phongdok sari yamna mapung phana tongan but topic kya da thambi khre. Last sessions was very heated discussion, very good interaction because the topic was yam nungai ba kanu oi giba kanu gi matang da aduga the first session was very interesting. Ngasai gi real entrepreneur myam koi mang da phamma ga taw giba do adusu yamna inspiring ba kanu ni aduga hoji koi gi combined sessions lai ba yamna yasiguma silbi yam thagat sari aduga ngasi yamna participants sing ju phana yamna di chat khre yamna chat khraga su lai was yam important oi ba aduga yamna yam sidai sidai interest lai ba kanu ni audience na khanjaraga ngasi koina last session si mapung phana yaubiu aduga tasingna ngasi ge koi interaction da koi gi ahaki oina su the importance of interpersonal skills for empowering women entrepreneurs in Manipur haina haibire tasingna nupi harigadi koina nupi gi matang yam naina krenga sai nupi gi ahan session da nupi sing entrepreneur oina horko struggle mayama adigi support like ba like taba aduga makoina torpa technical mema adigi ani subada koina sexual gi harassment aduga nupi gi rape case na chingba kama thingna kre adu huji inong na koina tasingna academic kanu obada ngasi interpersonal relationship nupi amana magi toriba profession da business togera any profession da mana success ogi high targadi akoi gi mangonda legada skill social skill the affiliation skill mi amaga interaction tawba aduga mi ani ohum group da tarokpa mi mayam si akoina yamna smoothly interaction tawraga aina pami ba pandam goal si phangbaduni aduga igi interactions na kai targadi aina pami ba pandam si phangoi aduna koina nupi singsina akoi gi ngasai entrepreneur da Manipur da ngasai habire akoi gi moderator na Mizoram Manipur da nupi si very enterprising. They are inborn entrepreneurs haitare Manipur gi nupi singse hek ya hor pada dum nupa na paisa thoga su nupi si kanom tawningi ma phi sagera ma swaida kanom loigera asaida karbar ma cham tongera hek tawlerame masi akoi atopa masi South Asian countries sing da yamna masi gi characters yam thengnei akoi somdagi North East mana Mizoram Manipur and haibire adu so in aigi experience da except Assam aduga Tripura sinatabada ate hill states Nagaland aduga Sikkim Mizoram adagi Meghalaya Manipur masi yamna enterprising of nupi singse masi idi awraglaba kanoni entrepreneurship skills se yawra koi ima mayamna marketalari se koi ure makoina paisa su lari haitaba ima manna entrepreneur oiri ba ko mana parkar mai thaglai ma employment piri ma karbar tauri hisab pari mai hisab do kano da thambana te adu human skill mangonda lari si education do basic education da piba koida knowledge ama aduga aigi experience dal phangba knowledge ama MBA tawba mana MBA lore management lore har karbar tawra success oibangam daba adu somda lari hitaba imamana iba paba class 2 phok tamhoba kem tamhoda buduna success oiri masi kaino khina yang target mangonda lariba interpersonal skills yam padana lai have mangonda customer gi aduga lainama gi thingna ri pami myam si ma komaina akoi gi attraction tawda gi habse mangonda khangi adra koina ji aina mi amaga interaction tauba aina maga interaction tauba sida ibani si cross tawra di aina pami ba posi phangoi aina kamai hai do no habasani aduna koina group ta lak matam enterprise ama tawtar gadi entrepreneur mo itar gadi we work in a group ko group silai kai no khoi stakeholders kana kana no number 1 customers ko ai customer me am du da aina kamai na behave tawni kamai na interact tawni ai pot no kamai pam hangani haibran sing ma yam lere design karigra khaido khraga pot yon bigi matang sida ai suppliers lai bankers lai bank ta paisa lo chat pada aina kamai na bank se approach tawni haibran sing basi ai skill ngak tani ai engonda favorable ba position lak na bani ai pot sit na ba engonda loan phang na ba ai pot simina lai na ba hena pam na ba I employees sing, they are very important. I want to talk to many employees, Mari Manga, and big organization. A business to receive money for the business side, IPO question hungry. IPO, even Flipkart is not still IPO. See, Flipkart, see, you know, India, the Flipkart, you will post IPO Tongumdri. A question up with the money for the IPO or privacy issue. Within a span of 5, 6 years, 10 years, we can also be able to IPO questions. Aduranga say, small entrepreneur, the entrepreneurs, see, various different categories. Small business story, small enterprises, like 5, 6 people, they are getting some small production. Money, majority da, Manipur da, lady say. Aduga startups. Scalable startups ko we international global lakpagi mayama like Manipur su hujik Manipur ma pan loin leire ko Manipur ma pan and kan yamna innovative ba create dia tawdana ma pan leire connectivity si kaino masisu magi skill ni personal skill atopa lamda mana hangi ba kholi ba ko the America da Manipur restaurant hangi hai my skill natra ko sumda contact leire ba mayam si skill ai customer create tori ba ai jana pa Bangalore le Mahai, Mamma, Sika, Hinang, my Hitaka, Hinang, Irumbaga, online order for a high. Lore, market, Yore, Irumba for a high. I do something like I put lap, you need some time. I give Matamakra, Pung hours, scrappy, Manapam, Irumba, Simonam, Kananum, the Tor, and Madrid entrepreneur, mother, market creator in a Bangalore, Manipur, target cam lady, Haina Torini, Maggie, Sukumba, a quickie, Makanuki, skill ma'am say, a entrepreneur, da, Quaker Carley. Matam si yamna yam nungai ba topic ang tani lakadori ba topic sing si oja koi panel da yam expert myam leire yamna sangadi ngininge du boy nga sigi matam si limited oi bani na ina kitang point thamjara ba da koi interpersonal skills da skills ne develop tau doi se karigino interpersonal relations afaba lakna ba habadi ai na thabak tor matam sida ai thandana thabak to ba yadi any organization to matam da I have done this I see to doini any sit to haibata you are it's a failure ko we are going to this is why our vision is high matam da employees sing tar missing na oh we feeling haibam lai we akoi toxico akoi chakoti ko haibasina akoi da agi tariba agi sumina ru thabak si je enang si thapa ma taw solution haibasi bu ta akoi thabak si loisha minerasi masi thabak si loisha lagadi akoi agi potsi phajansi mark akoi customers na akoi gi dukan se masibu thagat hansi appreciate tansi high matam sida agi employees say feeling am la eba ko ai khoi hari na ai yauri na sagadori si ai ni mapu sinati ko kano so bida I am also responsible hai yor punina sigi kono si program thar ko sida ai entrepreneur ba nupi se maroina yamna monda skill lam darkar lei haba hai si khon bigi ngang bigi customer da ngang ba banker da ngang ba igi supplier da ngang ba aduga ai employees sing se kamaina moi punna aina mangu makoi da ai relation Ega, Aina, Agi Makada, A, B, C, D, E, Mimanga, Taksure, Suminare, employer Moina, I quit Tabusumanista. Aina E that over treatment, B that over treatment, C that over treatment, E that over treatment. Ma'am, see Amatamana, you know, there are different persons, different personalities, different economic background, different educational background, different skill varieties. Aduna A, how I should handle A. You know, focus of this say, I want the best production, best output from A. I was like Eva. A do got I know output put the Pusonga with the interpersonal relationship that I say having a good relationship with everybody. Also, I get technically, everybody is not the same person. They cannot mark the background can as my attitude can the my thinking can background. Oina Kenner Panina, Adurangasagi Equina, Nupi the Henna. important way kay no habda nga sai gi myamna ahan me gi session da haibigre nupi women entrepreneur gi problems yame kay no habda mangsa gi women nupi si kay no is a mother ni nga sai haikre ko wife ni sister in law ni daughter in law ni haiba mayam se lots of expectations adi mayam si loin ma kauthu maga ai entrepreneur na tunga na phauge haba di yaroi ai mo tani ko side by side with all the support from the family starts ko nga sai gi interaction di ai gi relationship should start from my family before marriage. Your parents will support you. Parents, mother, father, brother, sister support, and there are so many. We have seen so many successful entrepreneurs before us. After marriage, it's very difficult. Difficult, Nico. After marriage, I have experience of I have interaction talk about entrepreneur. Recently, we had about 40 entrepreneurs. Post-COVID issues discussed away. Kanon ESP na sila ga kogi sobra hui taroga ko women 40 entrepreneur lai makoi ki issue se kaisnote mother in law na support tok daba husband na support tok daba myam yawe sei sida ko entrepreneur gi mana kaira aduga kaira khangde aduga mata kusagi aina masi aina solution tok na honar da counseling amana aigi special or kanda nipim chamana hai masi masam si meat processing gi tawi ko mana hai ai se ngasi madam change tawre kari gnu habda ngasai aina aigi thabaki torong hokta aigi mother in law se aina mabu associate chu tawda ba adu ai se ma yaudna ai tonga iban aigi husband siga yum hongdoga natraga even divorce tor ithanda torga hena khanki haina harubako adugu medang is pisita baga di yum chatpaga I will discuss everything with my mother in law gi support yaudraga husband gi support yaudraga aina aigi life ta nupi amana du mai pa ku sungamde aduga ngasai gi support ji ek langnam sida aigi entrepreneurship skill ne my entrepreneurship skill with my mother in law very important so my mother in law knows I am also in the profession for the last 35 years. I work late hours. I go to office very early. Sometimes I pung nipan na mapan na hanjale ko. Ato ay hayangi thabak se I share with my mother-in-law, not with my husband. That is very important. My mother-in-law knows even ngasi phawa ay program se ay mother-in-law right hangane ba pung ngasi na program ko se ay program skip taw hore ma samanda na di pung trabat ko ngang ni haba ko ay program even after the program like ay samanda gi my brother samanda very close to me so we have been discussing so many issues. I mother-in-law say, every I ngasi pung theater chakani, I ngasi Kohima chakani, I ngasi Nagaland chakani, Mizoram, lots of field works is a profession. Ko aduni entrepreneur to this jo. Ngasi I think that my peshatok chakadoni, my kanudi, designer chaludini, I my raw material chatuini. I think I will not be able to. Adu I give support in the Pangorian halapadi. Ngasi I give quite more is I give kanosini. Harmony in within self se ko harmony se ai ko peace of mind lai se ai na imungi mi kharari peace of mind sui lai manga mo aduna I should have good interaction with my aduga confidence engon da sima to da oni khang targadi entrepreneur oi targadi ai gi family da share dogani this is my project is this I support I need the support from my husband the imna pura khara alorgadi I gi chai shu ko mayam da gi support lakani I interacted with very successful entrepreneur. She got so much awards and all. Man haiko. Every time she got an award, she is beaten by husband. Real story niko. Maming the hazard ko. Assume basi nupigi issues ne bako. Nupigi issues ne. Aduna mazin my appreciation khabar da pa amar ko den mind basi the pui hai ba. Torture aduna I within Abdul Man hogul ai ne hai bako. I lots of mental harassment and the physical harassment still I have the willpower and the confidence aduna aina yam ten thamjage speaker ma'am lebidi aduna koina interpersonal skill tawtaragadi agi loinariba mi singsi kamain tawdana mai mi gi tongan ba ngasida koina the confidence la communication skill verbal non verbal emotional intelligence ko empathy you feel the other me I power with a khangbangam ko empathy sida the emotional intelligence that I should control my emotions ko emotions control to bangamba aduga ngachagi emotional contact ama thamtaragadi emotionally ko the emotionally blackmail to waga na hana leader na board khogi kanoma tongna na agi employees emotionally ek haimatam na moi long jong khalakani some emotional kano siam darkar leba ko admain to na khoina masi thamba khoi darga lei personally masi patragadi ai organization adu aina toriba karbar se ngamoi entrepreneur mena mai pak ngamoi si haijaraga matek sida ai loisan jarage. Thank you so much.
Thanks a lot for your amazing comments, ma'am. In fact, I would ask all the students who are here to take some inspiration from her, because she has been working in the cooperative section. And in fact, the next speaker is also in the same field, and there are a lot of projects going on in Manipur which would have a lot of impact based on the cooperative sector. Over to you, sir.
Yeah, let me speak over here because I have comfortable is there. I give me Dr. Karibam Samarindo Singhavi, the Hausi I have ICM Institute of Cooperative Management Guwahati, the Director of Analyzery. Madugi Mamangda Zamanana, Madam Ranjanana Lebiramba Institute of Cooperative Management, the ICU Director in a Queen Lejerami, Aduragimu, Puneda, Bakun Mehta, National Institute, around 5 years transfer Taurure. After that, again back to the Guwahati. Aduna Akwigisi set up see minute Amkatang Logage. We have 20 institute assets all over India. ICM I will say, must 20 institute all over India. Must say Ministry of Agriculture or the Department of Cooperation. Gimakadala Manina Hawaii, Hujekti separate ministry ma create the Ministry of Cooperation. Itana at the Honorable Amishana, Kwigi Minister Were. Like that, all over in the labor ma'am say, must say that Kwisimatang transferable oil. Okay, now come to the point. Yeah, Madam Tenzala Punina. All about Madam what is about interpersonal skill. Let me talk you about some example. Chisa sing now sing labor mayam say masai take time mayam say right from Pungma Pandagina Matang Taku mayam Zatimudiktare. So whatever you have, you know, Nang Nasari Haliban knowledge mayam say entrepreneur boygera, sports person boygera, lawyer boygera, whatever maybe or mayam say at the end of the day, you don't know with the Madam the Pangit mind of the customer relationship to lack to neighbor. Karamba relationship, Nanga, loiner relationship. Karamba loiner riba, Nanga Wangang riba, Nanga Tado riba. The relationship between you and me, relationship between you and the customer, relationship between you and your in-laws, relationship between you and your family, relationship with your friends. That is very important. The point I think number one, I could move us here. Entrepreneur monatam dina koi wari liba koi kahani di leitre, but we are the motivators, we are the speakers, we are the teachers, we have been motivated thousands of people. If we could motivate you, I know meaning mga trado koi lakpidi mayam se motivate tabung ngamaba, I win the game, otherwise I lose the game. Number one point, the listening tabase. Ishwar sinone noy namak se hakchang kaya se piramabani. God has given one mouth, but 2 years. Very interesting. Now, ani piram say, speak less, listen more. Taban kit ngang kitangango, Pazanangango, Tapnangango, Gyantanangango. But Tabadi, anisang town. Kamaitani, how to listen? Kamaitaga the guy Tabata, Sumo group to the Kamaitani. The man to man in a Kamaitani. Customer ka or is Hanamatam Sadi Kadora, you should establish eye contact. Meeting never say, meeting never say, particularly we people have noticed the labor I quit the Kadora, meeting never say ngam de haiba. Maram di kui culture yarokeba, Mitsimuna young with Damsera, Mamitsi Yangina, a kui lana low habaqua. Other than meeting never seen establishing eye contact say, no pio, no power, look at me. Hore noye hangaragana yumda, is as I know. Mitzi yang no tang with go. Aduna Namana Oigera, Yumdo Yogera, Adu Haiga Dami, Nogi Kanoda, the Yumda Halaga, Nangi Imada, Ipada, Nagi, the Senada, Namit Sai Yungtagati, Kanone Sasibo, Kano City Convention, but they could lie on Rosarana, Harapusiaco. Aduna Haiga Dami, look, Smite of the Ozamas, my high. I could say, Sata Moina, me Amoina. Entrepreneur moina, I could say, Apaba, Ama, developed to Gavat Aragati, is hard Yorva, Akogi, no cat may have the sin of a tie, a hand with step the Kadora, I can take established, I would say, was you a Maru Oi Kanamukanda, Abadasu or Ngangbatasu. This is the one. And then listen carefully, and if you think that Kanai Kanga is to send Bio, Kanada Kangana, Som the Tara, Som the Pavdo Koba, but Tabati and Taba. This is how I like to convey all my the students community the high Ojanangamba, Ahlamanangamba, Mayam Sipatana Taba. This is one. Then again followed by very interesting short story because we are the storyteller Nika. Smite Ozani. Yum Mamada Nipa Ama Heidi head of the family say, Masi, you young Obazanda. With Kuni you Taga and the Lapa, Adoga Magi, wife Katnaba, Port Langbasak, troubles it over Zanida. That man has got 2 sons, Tipa Siki Masanupani Leba. Ahan Masanpa say, he became like father, like son. Masanpa Hanse, Mapa Dona Yute, Strup Te, Kanisare, all the intoxications, whatever may have started to annoy the whatever. Whereas the second one, like Masanpa, like you, Marikam Togi, Maramoi, Larik Pay, Mayung Mateng Pangi, fight of Zanida. Nobody come to get the money is like money is like an hangy. Bunga wanang to say no. Sa got head out the Namagi Mateng Pangana, Yungi Mateng Pangana, you tuck the kind of to say, Kadaki to myself. I don't go. English you localized in town, no I never. But on the language is Maruiko. When I speak Manipuri, you will touch your heart. My Turanga, I know I draw. Pagi the Matroni in Yaput, the other, Hajarida, the San Pa and the Comi. Can you need a principle? Life is like this. I told you, look, my father. Babari yung kay droge ay babari taminin no ma hajan hera masi ye gada sire na sire na pani jana hajan papa o gira mo ira kayo ne so what ka hajan ida ko ada mani sa somon gi na masi gi bera gi nga si yaro ine ma han sai ra maga masan pa tom pasin chat pa janita masan pa tom pasin hai sa tom ba sa di maram no maram mo hen tai namagi mating pangin su tai lai lai su phajana hai na tai Nang kamay toriba, imong sila toriba na paga na niya bagi mong sila nang nakaray jeta may no sibo hay jane. Mapas masagi may ambahan situ sa na nakaray jeta may no na mana hay dai babari ta may na. I have learned from my father na. Sa manana mong say mansan pa to sa hay jane. Nene, I have learned from my father. Ay puna magsikoy babari ta minin. Kaya hay sibo. But shock, mangat puna hay jane da. Nayamba badamas sa su napare ta mi hay. Aduga nang su napare kamay to ino na hay jane da. Listen carefully. My answer is, this is the core context of this story. Manahai. The moment I got sense, till today, Masipa was a quick babasana lakani, you tap that touch lakani, halakani, go on langani, agatoni, other tome, I'm saying, the make putting the whistle in there. I have decided my mind. I lepe, masing mataba se, pansita amok kanata roy and I welcome to lep kade. Never ever in my life. From the same family, from the same environment, from the same parents, one has gone to the negative attitude, another has gone to the positive attitude. Taudra, who are the role player? We couldn't role play Sanadi Kanano. We couldn't Sanadi role play the Kanano, Mamaga Mapaga to neighbor. Mamaga Kanari, and who are the audience like you? Some man of Kuma to Yang the Kanano, I'm with them, Masan Pani to neighbor. See the perception lies. Perception the young will look for the young wife. Masai Puma Pandagina, no time I am say, what you are going to take home. Yum the Karipurasa Chica they gave. Would you like to be the like Masaki Mayamba, Masan Pandu in Ingibra? That's a good Atomudo in Ingibra. This is very important. Take home say, Masiam Dakaoi, always positive to labor say, Masitam with some man of us Sindu Wudra, see withdraw. Aduna, interpersonal skills say, Masi, see, Madame Zo, Happy and Makanika, Hidokre, relationships Hakatmutamzra, always up among the Lakna Bapose, Masakuna Sinja of the neighbor. Come on, the attitude lies. Haine Mamna, Masi attitude Pajade, my behavior is a Pajade. The attitude behavior of the Kaino, which is a hungry weapon, is a synonymous call, Yam 20 Panarivani. Attitude and the Kaino, Nanga Nung the Calibido, Mother Nanga attitude. Aruga, Nanga Totore with the Nangi behavior name. Expert Latani, but you are for a student, no, you don't hire me and say. Visible Oiba, Namagi Monk, Satpaki Monk, Torium, Paisaki, Coin Guinea, Maning Mango, motivated to behave, Yaw Lebanon. Highway to say, Commander developed the good day, Hypertaragadi, get out there. The education you have, Akangai ngang batagera, Larik Bagera, video clip yengera, Haiba Mayamsina, you should understand what is good, what is bad. Other Apapata Haiba say, but the Kangota, but the Matungina, Sum Salakadabanika, Yam the Sang Sunganzela Roy, but I'm the Ngang Agilay ID, when on a Harapatamda, PPT Sadana, 1 hour is then poor Labanika, other one a P, Madame Zemini, Makaidang, Haidu the Adre. Adabu, I know Hajan message the Kaino, Madame Sidaqua. Still time. Matam haiba pose masi ati lay na khangadamni, but at the same time matam masin ke among si within the 24 hours ina khuliba me live me sportsman wagera apaw wagera paw wagera each and every human being has got 24 hours in a day. Bong kumari khatani phangi matam se natro within the 24 hours if you work hard then you will be the best person, otherwise you will be as a ordinary person. Aduna from ordinary person to some extraordinary person the journey say ama thangya hai ta digada you all the students isa mangatani su mangatani ko the student oi wepositri kai ta ta badaka oi baba nainaba knowledge se sibada badaka oi haiba knowledge ma'am se masi ina je hai gare pagera tagera yengera makan khudmat ki loksun batai haiba knowledge se su yadri ko knowledge it should convert into skill. This is how the importance of interpersonal skill. Skill le kai no thabang on thok batai ani se khud yet ko ga se am samna batai khud yet ko ga samna kan kai dore you should be a good person aduna kai dore iro hello bida KSA hai sini ko K for the knowledge, S for the skills, and A for the attitude. The attitude lies everything. The interpersonal skill oi bese masi phanan bhona matanda practice tabu daga oi practice tabu di yam gare adu atopa hore nei question answer hang matam sira hanga gare khumge hujiki oina de matang se tension jage. I wish you all the best atopa koi speaker mayam gudum tanja jage. Thank you very much. Thank you.
So we have Mr. Jimmy. Please. Yeah, hi everyone. Good afternoon. I know everyone must be tired. I thank you very much. But how many of you are genuinely aspiring to be a women entrepreneur? Women entrepreneur. Okay. So, like ratios 10%. So I don't know what we are trying to tell you today, if it is going to resonate with, because there were only 10%. So that's the matter here. Sigi point that I can carry on, elaborate a lot of things, but the point today here is about interpersonal skills. So interpersonal skills, there is only one crux amalay. Adui di kay no harkan, mi na kay ngang no hay badu di ningjang deba ko. But mi do na ingon da ngang hi matung da kay pahon ga badu ka taneba ningjang ijidi. So that's what I'm trying to bring here. It's not about like how much I talk and how much I knowledge labor mayam no share to bagi no Google da ju phangni YouTube da ju mayam ma yengbe ani ba. But what matters is ngang iba kharasi dagi noi da ngasai sar na jo habi gi take away habito adugi du noi memorable oina lobby you please engrind on it admine har ka and koi entrepreneurship ki interpersonal skills there is one saying we have in our business world: your net worth noi gi worth to your net worth is your network yan tabi ko isagi net worth se network to na ne adoi targadi how do you form a network ai gi network se phajahan ge hai targadi that's when interpersonal skills comes to place kai gi no har ka antadi future da hojik se come on noi chhatar ne hairaga ju paisa gi matang da dikhangi natro paisa pair ga di nungai natro adu itar ga di koina future da yeng ba kan da di su mayam business ki opportunity ai graduate loira ga thaba ma thiba ha bullshit ne ba ko don't do that graduate pau loira ga du matung ta ba parikha tha ba ya ba kai do ba don't do that. Please don't do that. Kaigino har kan the opportunity cost is extreme in education. Soi gragadi. Kaigino har kan the suppose noi khanbi over class 12 loiraga chahi keno hojiki graduation tawre ne ko. So minimum yamna home college am tam me hires. Keno tho igno gum na tabal just like proper offline chapa college am da per semester gi noi around keno pa hires ne 20,000 bu harok chahi am the 50,000 hires eba. So chahi am the 50,000 p target noi 3 years to the 6 years to the 3 lakhs never p do 3 lakhs pirani adu loiraga noi kam da ju phangoi adu gi mahut to the in that 3 years why don't you learn something that you can monetize hojiki matam sidadi noi hojiki mi singje lairik hanadi lairik haitrati thabak phangoi hai aduna lairik si pangtam tamale hojiki lairik loi haidokidana thabam ta phangre problems is sigi sineva aduna hojikti lairing haibu du khatane te bu maru oi ri general knowledge is not important hojik lai ri sida chaurakan dadi after you graduate risk lobagi capacity yamti name grani ba kira ani ba noi si soi gi haibna aduna risk lobagi capacity is student lairing haidana kwai dagi yame ba so that's why hojik class 9 10 11 12 right time ne sigi is the key ga no ba noi na toning ba skill do yoji yengu akhoi dadi outdated ne hojik paisa noi na tawgadori ba thabak to hojik exist tawde please believe that kaigino har kan da hojik dom yang bio paisa tanari me am youtube ta tanari ba anywhere mind tawri ba digital marketing just one skill it takes one skill for you to specialize for you to monetize adugi experiment to noi student life oi ngai da to hobiu yes even if you are seniors azu kai problem laite but please focus on that one skill adugi interpersonal skills gi matung ina hojik madam na haigi bi da aham da interpersonal skill have is a part of communication skill hare then sir na haigi bi da it also is a part of attitude na hare then one skill is having like multiple vectors nata spread to never so same thing entrepreneurship ta we also run our organization Tweak Learning and akoina su akoigi isagi in house entrepreneurship course provide to matamda we call it ABC of entrepreneurship the what is A is attitude sir na bi umaina what is B business B is in a business skills to never that comes with some of the trainings and other things but a skill nevertheless it's a skill any skill can be learned right see to the communications never so that's when interpersonal skills comes aduna ABC have a it's an important factor of an entrepreneur mo ige have gidi yeah ko so saying which aigi oina di hojiki nga haijagi bedo network sida suppose aina hojik te no tawri je aina dari am haire na traga adu tawre haire khatang na su ya deba mu aina project ama phanga kya ne ju yamna qualified over me am le rambe ai ko but at the same time aina karigumba business opportunity na traga future dai thaba phange na traga paisa tan bagi khudong jaba ma phange hai tar gadi aina lainari ba relationship so hai big record network to the neighbor aduna sigi network sina katane bo chance pira ka doise haidi aiji la phani amna phagera pharoigera aibu nungsibiraga chance am di pirakani ba so it's up to me I take it or I make it great or I foil it aduni na hojiki ta noina focus to bigada the interpersonal skill har kan the network to same na boina to biyo so there are so many students ki oraga so mo oraga so there are so many symposium national level now don't complain accessibility of knowledge like they have please don't complain this is an internet era khwaidagi chokhalaba lamdagi khwaidagi hairaba professor amagi speech and moigi skill meam do koi over the mobile phone you're accessible so now please don't complain about it but use that opportunity to leverage your networking skills with everybody global world ida adu kan noigi opportunity to create tauna bhono hojik noi the computer hininge fine art ki hininge fine yeng over youtube ta su mayam le yeng over hone that skills then talk to the people adugi part to the hairaga so that's when I want to say that whatever your worth is going to be from your network. Who are you mingling with? And that network will come from your interpersonal skills. Thank you.
Thank you so much. It was quite enlightening. And now I pass it on to Madam, please. Mike. Yeah. Now we'll be talking about the career choices. So I guess the student community can actually focus on what our esteemed guests have to say.
Since I've come from the academic side, target say mamang the phamiba hanlaman ma'am say maybe they have crossed their prime life. Agi target say maning the phami bangang gisini. Adu I want the ngango hariba topics in the career management or the career management is the main role in a lady say 3 parts never. First student, second parents, third teachers. Adu aina school khara chacharaga yengbada masigi role ahummak se hujikpo fail loiriba from the student side a example amoina a isamak aina +2 passed matric passed or matungda akoigi imai pana aingonda yam hof leina ije like yam kan honaba yamna brilliant oiba student di orakti aingonda koi mai pana as nang larik pa yam kali science lawro engineer medical the chatlo na haiba I sung pam de medical ju pam de engineering ju pam de ba khoi ba se he was quite surprised to hear that I arts lo gen ha I economics am pa mi history am pa mi ha de khoi ba se nang khalu adi do nangi decision do yam lani na ngon ha I have already decided science says that's not my cup of tea adu khoi gi parents ka de khoi iche yam ba sing ga adum yam discuss tong nei tong na matung da finally aina hai tau doi je aina ni noina nati let me decide it I was able to influence my parents last arts lawi arts law matung da I'm not boasting about graduation lawyer easy lawyer MPhil PhD lawyer matung da I have taken up my what to say career as a teacher ado student ki life sidaba nahan sapam saman da je classmates uni yam close friends uni laikai da gi uni ekoi schoolum chachurui maming di panjaro ye science ki class ne ba ekoi na changa interact ba nungai je be di saman da ga khoi ni chang ba minute tara khak lo je pung am ga changa ngang e khoi ni na ada khoi ni na interactor matung da kanagi science ki je ina saman da they are all science student just interact with them aina kra hyper time management discipline oina ba kona ba aina generally oiba kana general oiba satra as a student oya ba adi da hyper ngam tunda samandana science ki matang ngangi adi matungda samandana ma je history ki ozani adi science ki marak tu dagi angang ani hogalaga aigin kana da inakta close singlaga oza kenom ta haizage ha mayam di tahan janing den moini haije aigi moini gi mama pana moije science da nampu da sanjan bi ne moije amana political science pan tamning hai amana history tamning hai ada moigi parents to convince ngam da gi science lawe adu science law mi zu kamai to learn mi moije medical tamning ira non medical tamning ira adu su kyan ta devi physics chemistry biology aduga maths yoksila me my medical tamning aga di physics chemistry biology law rodno maths to ke do bugi adu da masona kan da dedicate to the time do maths from the ke do manghan do no aduga same case with the engineering also physics chemistry maths the dedicate to the biology mahapse laga amu tamle me ba adma size huzik haiza give do I oh yeah so what I meant to say is that ki han bada satra je moi decide tongam je kai no kari no je khang debo was it Google we used to call it as Google Baba so I'm not aware of Manipur since I have been living in Chandigarh for last 25 years so we used to call it as Google Baba so noina khang da badu was it Manipur the career options je मैम जे खरा होंगनराबा माले द याम कना खंगना देब द खंगदब आंगांग सिंग दो एंड्रॉइड फोन अमम दे दम पाइरम नेब अदु द गूगल द संगगा कैरियर ऑप्शन कई कई ले द हाइबे थीबदी याब अदु थीनिंग दे आंगांग गैसे अदु थीबा मा चंगिको अदु नोइना थीनिंग द्रगना नोइगी ओजा ओइदिबा सिंग द हाइबे के हाइनी डिस्कस तोबा मा दरकार होइबा कैरियर ऑप्शन जे कई लेगेन अखोजु तोरकते आइना हाइजरिबा इसामकसे आई ओजादा आइजु तोरकतेबा आइजु याम किरई अदो हुजिकी मतमजिगा नहाय मतमजिगा खरदि खेनरबनेबा नोय आइना हाइनिंग इबदि सात्रगैदा noigi ke haini oza sing da noina khangning ebdo I as an example I mean this one that's my personal experience. I used to drop my daughter to and fro from home to school. School dagi ma huzik 8th standard ne. School dagi yum da halakpa almost around 10 to 15 minutes. I have to drive down. Adugi manung sida aigi ichanupido. She is in 8th standard. The man nung tiza aigi ingwanda moigi almost Saturday kudingi. Mo ozana mo the career option ki type da. Arts lorgana kai kai tawbiyai, science lorgana kai kai tawbiyai, commerce ki stream na kai kai tawbiyai. Je mo je option yam pi bo. Khalal le bangang sing je. Angang sing je khalal le ba. Duna mana khalaga aina 15 minutes drive down to budo. Ada I want to nung tijai ki hangdoi ne. Baba science duna ma je basically ma I want to some have je angang wani dagi pilot doi ne na have. She wants to be a pilot. So, maze huziki moi ozana masi option lay gahar ko deki maze medical jina kamai tawi baba hangi. The commerce lorgana kai line da kamai tawa. Adi deki ai isamag oza mo ina arts le mina baba no ki oza original kamai tawa. Adi novel pab jam pa me maze novel jam pae ba. Ana maze literature ju paning bi. The massage confusing jalego. Ad I know huzik se maze sahi lady na take your time, decide yourself. Na maze huzidum free thari ba. Huzik se option man je. I monda dum hai ba. Sina sini samaisa chatkadam ne na. Adugi guidance to. Kanagi ikoi Manipur da PB ba kra wat lego. Se ozasu kanagi magi role se like the classroom gi assignment do lorga loire na kan bi ganu ozadi yam di laitre ai saman de zu haizer mini next ki session de di kanagi oza ata training to zin ai na yam hairui haibagi natiko ai na yam khangi hairu bai nataba sum agi ga masi ga sum compare to kan khetna bjam tina khetna rak bjda nungai to bam yawe aina ada Chandigarh da chalagan like to horakanda as aize kana ma panta mamni graduation ga loira kanda aize khanje ba I haven't graduated yam hairam ne no MA da khong thang je lukan da aize pura kana da kani dark room am da sam ABCD bu khang da bi type to we kairuna kanda aigi background do aina munna khangak tabagi ada ABCD khangdramina aigi imanaba moina pung mari pa kan ai pung nipan parak tabi arakte natadadi ai fail ho debo fail means pasti tawni go ada moi ga compete tawng moi da adidna masigi mayam je khoi gi ozasu adigi school ki site su the parents in ju malab kai haini active role lorga moi as oza gaise mainly oza gaise student ki life to almost moi oza ga satagi relation je 24 hour among the 6 hours maximum laimineba parents ka angang si ga laimineba gi duration je yam telebo like 4 hours. Ozana men lead lorga encourage to them. CJ, I Matanga jo hijay jini samanda, Matangi to Kandadi, Oza Sinjiga interact on Nanabam Sembiona. Aduga Satramam Masli ladies, arts the lorgana Kedoba, Nogi Huziki, mainly Manipur, the engineer, the doctor orga. Life set successful obi type to aina huski schools do chatla kanda nang doctor or kanda doctor as a kai MBBS lorga doctor ne na dum korba ha kanda aduda moi ki life se loibi type to adu matum kaim khang de MS MD DM ga je moi kaim khangam de doctor amagi life se kamti hard way se aina angang doctor roi ni nga ma khut ka thang ka leba aina doctor amo oi bagi ms amo oi ba md amo oi kanda moi gi dedication to kam sangi ha ka moi de throughout that 2 years of sr sip senior residentship ki 2 hours though they would have hardly slept 10-15 hours during that 2 hours, during that 2 years. I'm Manipur gidi ay khangja ko yamanna ay kaino ay 17 initial 17 years masler mi ay yam kana mapan ko ina ko tna ay singja mai bu khangjaram deba adudagi ay almost 25 years mapan le khamna ay Chandigarh gi hena matang the khra kana kaini adi matang the aware bagi ngangja bai wani ko other aigi wife to medical line dani aduna aisu medical gi matang da hypet sum khangjadana sum haibani ko as an example noi mapan da mbbs loiba kangu singje compounder gi type this neighbor then they are not used to treat the patients without ms without md you are just a compounder there. Am I taking long? Yeah. So they are treated like a compounder there. So don't think that after MBBS you are going to make your career. Kangina, kanagi MBBS ki matung da noi career sem ne dinu sun khalu no. Adadi compounder ki type da eating aga blood test ogi staff nurse naga JR mastigi masi patient ji blood test tawna ba eating organ daina hai adu MS MD torkan di moigi dedication do 2 years ki adu ai haifet sum tab da ai nungai ta be MS moi consultant kango sing do ai ga sum khang nei moi ga sum wari sana kan da moi na have je ba ya wai da moigi ada mapan da doctor over sing je moi masa ke doctor am to hening de Manipur da di doctor mapa doctor sing je mas da doctor o hening da na science tam lina ada doctor over sing je moi doctor am to hening de kai no kan da moi ki SR sip to the sahi ani manung to the nong ma da hardly they to have 1 hour to sleep han ba da OPD selani pung ani da lawyer ni water la ni la kan da yum da water evening duty loisila matung da magi hostel do gara mayum do gara iruzaroga dinner sarga night duty am to la kan ne ada di doctor gaje yam dedicated doibo night duty tauring eyes de ba moi marak the kitang patient rush oi de ba da di pung ama khaka tumo bo yani ba ada SR tauring eyes de hujiki the patient yeng na moi lyric pa doi ne ba dissertation idoini parikha idoini adugi lecture pa doini dissertation ju idoini aduna kyam SR gi life the kyam thi wai khangra yeng bada ai khoina ga PhD ga tori jam line hostel da phamaga like parga library sala like par irak pani moi SR kanguna irak padi patient ju yeng ni khangena adagi tum da gai ju मतलब होना दना लाइक पादना जो तोरकनी अदुन यवाब करना नहीं बा अदुन नोई you have to decide from now onwards कि doctor oining ta di MBBS di compounder ने न खलो MS MD अदगा engineering दा जो civil engineer तोरगा bank PO ओई बा कांगू जली री बा civil engineer तो वदा मतम चंगी बा पैसा चंगी बा दो graduation दा बा civil engineering the chahim the piriba fee do whole graduation to yani irai laina coaching book lo yani ba bank PO ma oi bagi so you should decide yourself what you want to become according to that you should choose your line of study that's what I samanda da koi school ga se paje pung ani ni ga ngang ba do masida matam leitramina I side sum losin jarage thank you.
Yeah, keeping pace with my friend Dr. Pramod, I'm also going to speak standing up. This is how I do. First, a very, very good evening to the audience who is still here to give time to us, and I feel I'm privileged. On the onset, I must really thank Dynamic Manipur and Lamjing Meira. Shyamananda has gone out. I owe a special thank to Shyamananda for inviting me here. And I take it as my privilege. And I'm going to feel blessed that even if one of you can resonate with what I'm going to tell you today, I feel that my day is fulfilled and blessed. First, allow me to introduce myself. I am Gehawati Chanambam. Presently, I'm working as a Deputy Controller of Examination of National Sports University. If you don't know what is National Sports University or what do we do, I'll explain that also. But I'm on deputation for 3 years. I've already completed 1 year. But I am Deputy Director, Northeastern Police Academy. We train police officers, the directly recruited sub-inspectors and DYSPs of the Northeastern state, 8 Northeastern states. We train police officers from across the countries. We train officers from CAPF, the Army, the paramilitary force, and even from the neighboring countries. And I am responsible for the training there. The topic that I, myself, and Dr. Pramod, my friend, my batchmate, we are childhood friends, Shyamananda, myself, and Dr. Pramod, we have been together since school till today. We are very, very good friends. We have been given, like, managing your career. And managing your career is very, very related to the topic which the other panelist is there, that is interpersonal skill. Whether it is for entrepreneur or otherwise, interpersonal skill is very, very important. And I'm going to contemplate on what the co-panelists have talked about, the importance of interpersonal skill, on how we manage career. I'm a very, very proud individual. And I'll tell you why I'm very proud of myself. And I'm going to tell you, and I am sure that you will be able to connect with me, you will be able to identify at the end of the day that if I tell my experience of how I've managed my career as a civil officer training police officers, you would really understand that, and you would really feel that I have succeeded in managing my career. And to start on, I would like to open up with a quote. Let me take the answer of the 2 boys there. I think they are distracted. So let me take your answer first before I come to the quote. Yeah, tell me. If you have any question, let me answer you. Aduda orange t-shirt laga phami ba angang ani du karigum khangning ba leiragadi ai adu ma answer tauzage ko. Any question before I start on? Yes or no? You should be smart enough to say yes or no. You are already in 9th or 10th standard. No? Okay. Now I start. Knowing others is intelligence. Knowing yourself is wisdom. Mastering others is strength. Mastering yourself is true power. In order to manage your career, you have to master yourself. Akwai pokpa matamda ai thanda polaktra ni akwai mana. Siba mathanda su ithanda chakhi doi deba. Adudi akwai ki life ki journey se ai thanda na tro chacha doi sa. Adudi ai na kari pami hai bise khang darka oeba. My parents considered me to be a very, very rebellious child. Because I don't take no until and unless I should be told why I should say no or why I have to listen to you. Imana hairaga su imana na hairi su I want the bhap ta handragadi ai yanindragadi yanindre. Ko kaigi no ai life neba. Ai life ne ai hingadaba neba. Ai hingadaba ne hairaga ai ngausan arakte. Ngausan arakta baduna bo ai hujik mayam gi mamangda hujik lepa ngamjaribasineba. Ko aduna akoina isa se khangba se yam darka oeba. Akoi se isa se contemplation se yam wat leba. Akoina khaleba as IP se sari se lagadi as mina phazai haigara. I comfortable oira se sari se da haib se secondary neba koina khanari se. I nangandori wa se mina taninga. Yeah, that is also important. But akoy contemplation se am waleba aina pami se kaino ima harawan gadam ni nupa harawan gadam ni falana harawan gadam ni. That's it. That's how we have been trained. But I am very different from that school of thought. My school of thought is that if you want to help others, if you want to listen to others, first you have to listen to yourself. You have to help yourself. Right. Now coming back, since time is short, so at the back of the mind, that time is always ticking, right? But, oh, so I take it as 3.5 hours. Okay. Now I'll tell you example of how rebellious I was. The other day, me and Shyamananda, we went to our alumni. I am an alumni of Tiny Tot School. We went to the school. We went to class 10. And we asked, science, loader, arts, loader, hung neba ko. Unfortunately, very, very unfortunate. But we cannot blame them. But that is how the society has groomed them. Because they don't understand. If you Google up and if you see the report of UPSC and if you see the pass percentage, what is the pass percentage? What is the difference between the humanities candidate and the science candidate? The pass percentage in UPSC exam, you would be surprised to know that it is humanities. But it is just a myth. It is just that conventional thought in which we have been brought up that science tamgadam is science tamgadam nena. Metric tambasida, metric loiba kansa, science logam nena. Though I'm not a very brilliant student like my friend Shyamananda, who is also a position holder, I was okay in school. I was good. But at the end of the day, if you have to learn is that mark is not very important because we are all sitting together. Right? What is important is how you shape your life. What kind of belief you have in yourself. Right? No, may tilon na ngango hire sumar marakta hire ko. Ay do may tilon da kaino dum taw na ba dum hona jage ko marakta na sai audience karan na subay tilon ngang biyo na high kibo ay dum marakta dum thecherake. And don't say, I may sound very rude, but actually I'm not rude. Since I have been training police officers for the past 20 years, my makeup is like that. It's just my makeup, but I'm not like that, right? I'm a good human being. So class 10, like, I use science. Nobody believes that point. What? That you're a human being. Oh, they will know. Let's give them time. I just science low high. I wanted to be a lawyer. I have fascination of litigation, so I wanted to be a lawyer. And the best thing, my little knowledge when I was 18 years, when I was that age in class 10 is that science lauraga matam manghan doine ai law tamadi arts lawum thok traba ai pol science ko lawum thok traba. Like Dr. Pramod has says that akwai kaino se yam limited oeba. Awareness say I'm limited way, whether it is my parents who belong to a very, very old generation. Among the 8 siblings, I am the youngest, so you would know that my parents belong to a very, very old generation. Teachers seem to aware of it. Manipur ina uba se abngai tabam uiba market race se. Angang sing se kumaina career shape to bini 10 years down the line ai schools na kayam na kai haido no successful me puthokani I was a khandeba ai schools 98% pass the wangang puthokadam ni first puthokadam nom the competitions and later adagi di adu matamda awareness later adu so I was very firm. In the beginning I've told you that I'm a very proud individual. Because why I'm proud? Because I know myself in and out. I have trained myself. I have contemplated so much that I know my assets and my liability. And since I wanted to be a lawyer, I thought I should take up science. form lo bi hai nang arts tam ne de form lo chat loi hai ba nang arts tam ne ga di ai form lo chat loi ba admission to bi roi ba adu kai do dar ai lai tam tok tar ba ai di lawyer oi ning ne ba lai tai tam ning ne ai hu su PhD to ri angang macha sing ga cham mana nai class ta phamaga parkha tharaga yu jik PhD to ri ai di lai tam da ba ya de ba ai Manipur public schools da ai chale ai than the form lo zare kai no ko da na di yum da di hai ba doctor oi ga dam ne na doctor oi ba pa me ba ai science lo ro hai form lo bi ya de ai lai tam ning ne kai do ni ai ju pok da di vegetable du mai na pok lai ne chat pa hai ram ni na thira chale direct su khra khra kabu kabu class 10 tam ga is hai re na ko adai isa na su class 10 ka tam yam smart oi ga yam khanje ba ko adai ai chale bus tong ga hang na ko adai MPS da gi form lo re ai se khale arts ta me then I went to Chandigarh. We studied together, promoted myself. There I studied psychology. I got fascinated with psychology. I wanted to be a clinical psychologist. So accordingly, I MA psychology lower lai. Adagi amuk second hurdle never lak to ise. I wanted to go to Imphal to be a clinical psychologist, but my mother said, "Nupi na was angaw bulayeng barahay." I don't blame my mother because she is not educated. I am very grateful and I pray to my mom every day because she is the one, without knowing any, without having any knowledge, without having not attending any formal school, she has brought all of us. 8 of us are gazetted officer among the 8 siblings. So we're very proud of her mother. But she didn't know what is clinical, abnormal clinical psychologist or kay do no have ma khangja dab ni na nupi na ba angaw bulai ba ya bra tokho na ai chatre but ai di clinical psychologist oining ne ba adagi di pham ga di lai ba ya dab ni na ai se oja kaure school khara private school khara including Delhi public school ai career ai track record amasu lai ko ai na ngasi phok interview face to was da ai fail oba yauza gidri. Yeah, that's my track record again. I say Maria Montessori was a TCT khale. ERK Santo Misu khale. Delhi Public School ki su PRT khale. At the same time, Kanan Devi. Sida khale psychology PCT oina. Tolop se lising amaneva. I give first salary say lising amaneva no ithazer roeva. Ado yam harawe. That was great. Kaya the ID psychology is a pursuit of propagate that was a chance. So I chose that 100,000 rupees job and I taught psychology. Adagi atopa mana akoy na khangada base ay na si pame hairagadi you have to be very prepared. You have to be very prepared, which is why I was preparing myself. Ko adagi I say psychology tore I phasana like oza oining draga su I like se phazan tae I gi batch angang ama all India gi highest phang hiwa 98 phangaga adagi 2000 side by side I did B.Ed. Then 2001 I say B.Ed ki oja gi amuk interview chacheba aduda yam it still strike my mind. I want the question among ka hangi ba ko Kanan Devi secretaries na no ima like tak pangam gudrai. I was 24 years of age then 23 years of age then I didn't understand what he was asking. Then I looked up at him and he asked me again no ima like tak pangam gudrai ba kay gino de atugi matam sida sarkar na order mathueba Uza sing se government was our Gerama B.Ed Tamgadam and Adukanda, a Heidi Queen was our in Roba, the principal who must be at Tambalai, Aduna Serduna Hangboy and Masuyaiba. Then I took it as an advice from him. I was selected. I told you that I have never failed in life as far as interview is concerned, though there are other chapters in life in which I have failed miserably. I job yam seriously lose. I phazana chahi ani ozawa jarame B.Ed college kisu. Then 2003, with the blessing of God and blessing of my parents and support of my sibling, I UPSC dagi Northeastern Police Academy the assistant director or in a joint tawzar. I was a police trainer. No police ki ibra. It's a love-hate relationship. Ki idraga su ki bam thokte because service ne. I ju matam the police I say kitang khawdak chaiba. Ko. I civil officer ne na. Adu na matam du da degi di I say pure civilian ne na police ki trainer oiru doi ne ba. Adu na I say kitang khawdak chai. Adu isu chaning I say laite ba kai gino edi. Akoy na amam ka ma chang ba kan da akoy ki ba yam phawdra phut le ram gadra glin le ram gadra kai do ram gadra na adu mai na ai se police se kari no ai na khang da ba ge ai se ki ri ne na khallaga ai se aki akoy mai thangala ge ki ba phai dana adu mai na ai se mai kitang thang ga chage na khalle ba adu mai se ma ka ai thang ga ke ai se jugar to su yam hai ba ko ai gi matang yo sala ga di jugar I'm very good. In my academy, if we have to borrow something, if we have to bring something, if we have to sign an agreement or MOU with other organization, I'm there for my previous organization, not for NSU because we haven't started much yet. Adagi I say PTC si chale Dr. Sir Susil Kumar si DIG principal in lerame mawanda ilairik lore. Adagi di sergeant huzik IG when pubiri se matam du SP where me sergeant ai manak chale adagi ani si ai khalle matam du da o yarni nepa da pa hai na ai chale adagi di nepa Northeastern Police Academy that time it was just like another police training academy. I am the first lady officer of that academy and I was the first officer of the staff, against the staff strength of that academy. It was ruled by the deputationists. I was 25 years old when I went to police academy. And police from CAPF, they didn't like me. They couldn't digest the fact that apart from the director, now they have to take order from a young girl. Ade moina lobby metaureba. मोइना आइगे अगेंस्ट हाइबा इस लड़की को बगाएगा इस लड़की को नानी याद दिलाएगा. That was way back in 2003. But the day I was leaving in 2021 when I was coming back to Imphal for deputation, it is the same crowd who cried. I say, Didi, go away. Because I'm there. I am there for all the constable. I'm there for the villages. I'm there for the children of Nepa. Auntie chala jayega to hum log ka madad kaun karega? Agar madam chala jayega to hum log ka awaaz kaun uthayega? That was a kind of, belief, or that was a kind of respect, that was a kind of rapport that I have built with my organization. And which is where all the communication skill which Madam Ranjana has said, which Sir Somarendra has said, even Jimmy had also said, is where it had come to, yeah. And for the, in the initial phase, what happened was that I read all the books in the library. I could understand, all about police I have to understand. So, like every afternoon for 3 years, I used to sit in the police library and I was to study what police is all about and what is the requirement of police. And today, I plan, not today, till I was in Nepal, I plan all the courses, we have about 60 in-service courses which I plan. That is the amount of strength I have in myself. And I was saying that akwai Nepal se hujikti world class ne ai nang sa hijack foreigners who train the way CAPF army kai ga mayam train the way na ahan ba de akwai Nepal se classroom ani ga 110 wooden chairs ka and you won't believe that few benches we start. It was in 2009. Okay. 2009 se RR Verma in Anupama he retired as DGRPF mala eva. Adutagi there was no looking back. He was at Delhi, I was in Nepal, And that is how our combination was so strong that is how we have brought up NEPA. The 2010 Chitambram, P. Chitambram, for us, for the Northeastern Police Academy, Mr. G.K. Pillai and Mr. Chitambrams are our godfather because they have sanctioned 200 crore for our academy. And this is how Mr. Verma and myself were brought up. Another thing, initially we used to train only the 8 Northeastern states. Adagi Verma ji ga igisna thiba horeba course. Ade thiba horakpadagi slowly we started expanding to eastern state of India. We started expanding to all over the country, and we started training the foreign officers also. And as I've said, I'm the person who is responsible for that. And building of rapport, getting the loyalty of your teammate is very, very important. You can be sitting in on a chair, but you are not the one who is actually going to do the work. It is your people. So you have to understand the sentiment of your people. What does your people want? What does your people need? First satisfy the need of the people. First understand their word and try to fulfill that. And another thing is that you have to lead as an example. If your constable is ready to walk till 10 o'clock at night, you should be standing there supporting them. You should be there walking with them. That is what we have done. That is what I have done, which is why I have the loyalty of all this thing. And another thing I want to tell you is that we have brought up so many things, me, Mr. Verma, and there was another joint director. Our academy is the only academy in the country who sends the DYSPs, means the DSPs, for foreign attachment. Ngasai, Governor of Meghalaya, I came from Meghalaya, so I keep on saying Meghalaya. Governor of Manipur na haibi look at policy. Tap tauraga, we fought with MHA, and that is how we started that foreign attachment, that Northeastern officers should get exposure of training beyond India. This is how you have to, that is how we have started sending. Right. So, like, if I talk about my academy, it is going to take a lot of time. Then we brought another course in Nepal, anti-terrorism assistance course. I saw India, the Akoi Nepal, Ihan Han Hiba trained those. I saw diplomat, US Department of States, they 7 appreciation certificate labor. Dugi course India, the Porakibagi. They topasu defense threat reduction agency na su akoi se Nepasiam Tagat Pibagi, they Ihan Hanba CBRN course Ogibagi, akoi Sisu akoi Nepa the Pujaraki. Si Porapasi simply akoina chiti ida Porapanateva. We have to fight. We have to fight, we have to understand, you have to keep tap of what is going on. Which means that understanding yourself, which means that understanding your job, which means that you have to understand who is your client. And you have to improve yourself as how the clients want. Our client is the state police, the state police, the CAPF police, and the police officers of neighboring countries. So we have to tap on. That's how we grew. And Samanande has said, I have just 2 minutes, so I'll end up. And for all the work I have done, Samananda missed out in the morning, and I am going to tell that I was awarded the Union Home Minister's Medal for Excellence in Police Training in the year 2016 and 17, and that is the highest award of a police trainer in India. He wanted to say that in the morning, but he missed that out, which is why I'm supplementing him. And all the best. And all I can tell the young people is that believe in yourself, stand up if you feel it is right. Don't bother who is the other person in front of you. I have lots of examples of how I have fought with my father, and I got caning from my father because I stood up for my sister. Maybe another time I'll tell you when we have the leverage of time. I fight with my director. I even got up from a group discussion saying that I should not be a part of discussion if my thought is not being respected. That is the amount. I'm not bothered about how my ACR is going to be. I'm bothered about what is my ethics. What is right? What is right is right. And I have to stand up for right. I have to stand up for my people. So you stand up for yourself. The moment you stand up for yourself, you will be able to stand up for others. You will be able to help others. Thank you so much. God bless.
Check. Thank you, Gehapati, or we call her Geha. Ado matam suyam na laitre. Aidi am ngang ning mane. Ai zengang radi lepe ada bagi haina bim leiba. Ado ngarang nung dang se Gehapati ga akhui mana promote Chandigarh gi mamani se punchin raga question paper se mamani tana khibne ba. Ado aina ngang ga se moi loi ngang thokre ba. Aduna I use konsu yam kan sire ado tamo Sumarendra Pambiri inauji mile birit chiranjana and Subhashish. I think sigi session je tasing na haragadi use quiz kharari ne akhui speaker amani ohumari manga taruko Subhashish. Actually I'll say this in English so that you can understand. We can actually spend the whole day over here, maybe 2 days or maybe 3 days. One speaker can talk for 1 day. And that's the capacity of a trainer. I have been doing career counseling for, you know how many years? You won't believe. I completed my schooling in Tiny Thoughts in 92. I what is it? What is it? My teacher doing leader. I my teacher ngam hey unlike Geha and Pramod. My teacher ngam sem pamzai. Ado my teacher say English. Show do ngam do sing ngam ko. Ado anyway. 1992 da ing shot lising amaga chamapan maudrain toida aise mahiro ema oina tain to tamjarami adu loira matung da 92 da aise 94 da 93 94 se tain public school tamjare adu sahi ema gap leraga aise engineering tam khibane 95 da engineering tam gi sumaina aise sumain la ame ko sum la badi engineering se aise aham da Gujarat da phange torga engineering college sumaina khong sumain tang thanglang sai promo nama hai gibdo aduna imang copy to hai se copy to ni thas de to rebo thang je lubza ai je atuki matik pangunu pa ma pang mahir satra mo hai se mahiro mo se ai no mitu da gyan ta gi banu min hadi maybe the first 15 days 1 month ai je Coimbatore ki college am lei government college of technology tam jarak pane civil engineering mayam da mayam pam na ki debu magi academic university am phasaram badagi ai ngon da tambi bo ajasi am tambi ba do koi meti ron da haina bam leibani haibong manung da leiba tin nai do the haibong leiba tin sina khalize haibong jina magi world en khaleba hangtoro kan da di pra universal le medana aduna ai je matam da college da khong thang jima da ai je MBA gi MGU full form khang gi deba 1995 ki July August phai gi tha gi matang sini ko khalengo tain dot ki topper kari topper na te topper de se pham le ra Thodam Chandramani ko give him a round of applause. Thodam Chandramani 11 position in our class. Our Imanabas 17 position lagte. I 18 position ni. Other position left over my arms who stays. Remember this. This is exactly what life is all about. Class 10 the position left out of me say me na trabraiba. Class 10 the position left out of me say punsi se loira braiba. Punsi de hobo udri. Punsi se hobo udri class 10 the class 10 marks se kain kanaram dreva. Kangbra. I resume the class 10 marks yaw de 12 ki dikhai yawe adu yahon rejuti marks kem na tebo marks di pekha da in chang tharu nantro thola kan mark ti loi ken hoi pekha me am lei mark basis oiba UPSC ki pekha hadi UPSC entirely different pekha SSLC pekha di pekha bu na teba akhoi na ma se yam chon greba ai America da sahi tare laser me America da class 10 pekha se leiti America me lamje this is class 10 pekha se leiti ba moi gi 9 10 11 12 asu 9 10 11 do nang na kayam volunteer tauri nang dan line nate ko nang na kayam na gano hostel chala mating pangoi mi gi sigum the measure to bangang se like to the site tham greba site tham de ko khara am di muk moi gi keno aidana fast rek aidana tuna kahal lagam moi se मोगी आईवी लीग कॉलेज संगे है तारगदी नंगी स्कॉलरशिप संगे दो आईवी लीग कॉलेज संग बसे सोना गन ट्रैक अमा एकेडमिक्स को अन मोगी पीएचडी मैम दो दो सोना गन संग बसे न केन होंब्रा स्पोर्ट्स नंग से लेक्चर सुतम तम दरजु नो मद क्लास अमा पुंग अमा चलजु सोना स्पोर्ट्स धमा धमा हितारी नंग आईवी लीग द स्कॉलरशिप फंगनेबा 100% सिगुम ऑप्शन मैम ले अखोई की हापति रेस्पेक्टेड कनोने डिप्यूटी कंट्रोलर एनएसयू से एनएसयू की फुल फॉर्म खंग दो मैम से लेरमी ngana khoi una thingai duni NSU da like tam base mama pa private school da like tam han bang ngam da bagi masa sing lai ba kai marung no se sidum soiram ni khoi je akoi society da soiam lai ri ba sports se career ne have khang de ba adu akoi football yam yenge khoi yeng am ni football di akoi gi Messi ga do yam kawi da na world cup jam phang dro adu di akoi isa se football damanam ka hol ga ma damanam pisa talan ya ba akoi ni isa se garbi doctor da men ni no ba अकोई या स्कूल पाखंग अंगाव पे सिनेमा लिंग बिरेबा ऐसे सिनेमा को मैं एग्जांपल एम पीजे को या स्कूल पाखंग अंगाव बता मपान मसाद के है अकोई इमादो सीग्रेबा मतम दो अकोई मुंग दो अकोई उन डॉक्टर अमले होता बदगी लाइंग बिदो सीग्रेबा अदो इमादो कैंसर ना नासिरो डॉक्टर डर्मेटोलॉजिस्ट होइरोबा स्किन डॉक्टर दो अदो येंग हम दोरी ब्रा मसादो हाइबदी आई माना नावले ना लो येंग कहते आई डॉक्टर एमडी कुंथरा थमदा बइंदा इसा कुंथरा बोक्ता अदु यादुरी ब्राबा सिनेमा अदु लालबले आइदि डायरेक्टर फमिन वाइ सन्निङनेबा अदुइ मथुक्ता मुक माना मुक नुपी काइना अदु तोक्सलगा लास्ट डॉक्टर अमु तमरका अस्कै सिनेमा द याद्रेबा मेसेज याम लाले अंगांग द कोक्स याम चाहले अदि आईएस ओबिस मैम लेबने मिंगदि पंजर रोय आईएस ते पंगोइ दोइ सिनेमा दा अदि यस द बिजनेसमैन जे लोरे बिजनेसमैन जे आ खुन्नम दे ला को सिनेमा ममिंग हाइजर रोयबा खुन्दै ला माना तोइसे अदु अदा लास्ट लुहोंग बदा मा लाक्सलगा नुपी द लौगी माना अदु यार रोय बदो अदु ओय रोय बा अदु तौगे सही चाम जंगदा बा मान तोइदो सही तरा दो यादे बा एंटरप्रेन्योर बा हाइदो एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप प्रा लान उहन बिग्रे बा ngasi khoi manipur da khangbi rangoni paisa se lana khom ga punji skin da kai be men kai kai no adu myam du ne ba khoina sinma adu da chum no thorok ba na singri chum draw ne aduna angang sing sina akoi boys and girls noi sing gaina ai di chen now ko ning ko chanu pi hai do haining da ba hai tare ai isamak chai kunthra khitang hendang ai seri adu ai chanu pi class 10 11 kare ko ado aina angang oina sum khanjaning bai ne adu point du di ko ai message se amakhang hare loisalamage akoina life ta lakku matam da sumai sum laktu ne ko nangi life se ngasi class 10 hare ko si 10 ni ko sai leise sidagi khongkap ani ka khlak pada 12 ne ba nadra khongkap hung ka khlak pada graduate ne ba nang si graduate yor ka da as aina 10 si da ko si ki 10 si da ai khangjara ma ba kana gum nai ke si haibira ma ba ai ngasi je failure or mo ha ka ne ba si kai mum hai no ba it's very easy to blame ima ipana haibi rakte laikai ka kam na haibi rakte ai je khangang udre adu ngasai promote ka hagi akoi google le ba google dai android phone lei iphone pai ba ngang siam lei ma pana pisali adu kai doi social media da sinai kai doi sinai instagram reel sem bagi ha I want the friend request thabi rakte ai di tharakte ne am pendri ne ba Tharam da de aigi post amu dangang inspire to buya ba I post at least 3 social media se kamai manage to gene na thai nei mawang thai ne te 2015 da ai se mega manipur sat da anga am thingna ba ko na ma whatsapp ta hangi tamo ai pe khadila ai facebook se thado phang amdre na ai na ne nang na facebook se am yen facebook am yen ne ba scroll to isu lu nai da bu hoji kan ni facebook pai bu pa se mi se mega akari metas na तौदने इंस्टाग्राम की रील फेसबुक लाक्सलेब आई इंस्टाग्राम स्वाइप आई बजी आई याउजरोगे है इंस्टाग्राम रील्स फेसबुक लाक्सलेब मोगी मार्केटिंग स्टाइल ना अदना इंस्टा याउदबजु फेसबुक इंस्टा दम उरनेबा अदि कैदोरे इंस्टा की रील्स दी दुनिया से आई दुनिया से यारोय दुनिया इज हिंदी आई माइट बी बैन फ्रॉम द स्क्रीन सो मालेम सिदा को मालेम सिदा हाय गेबो को सिदे इंस्टाग्राम रील तो मी से 10 million हायस ने 10 million Instagram tawzira no da reel am taw 10 million lakh thori ba adu yeng nang sum dum ni yeng ta ba adi kamai to duriba so what I'm saying is yeng ba sru loi na ro ba dun nang na ngasai gi matam je slot tok da ba ꯑꯩꯁꯦ ꯐꯦꯁꯕꯨꯛ ꯑꯌꯨꯛꯀꯤ ꯄꯨꯡ 5ꯗꯒꯤ 7 ꯐꯥꯎ ꯄꯥꯏꯌꯦꯕ ꯑꯩ ꯄꯨꯡ 5ꯗꯒꯤ 7 ꯐꯥꯎꯁꯦ ꯑꯗꯨꯝ ꯄꯥꯏꯅꯦꯕ ꯃꯦꯁꯦꯖ ꯊꯥꯔꯝꯅꯦꯕ ꯑꯩ ꯑꯣꯐꯤꯁ ꯀꯥꯔꯅꯤ ꯃꯄꯟꯗ ꯑꯗꯨꯒ ꯃꯔꯛꯇ ꯃꯤꯇꯤꯡ ꯈꯔꯗ ꯌꯦꯡꯉꯝꯃꯅꯤ ꯑꯗꯨꯒ ꯌꯨꯝꯗ ꯂꯣꯏꯔꯝꯗꯥꯏꯗ ꯄꯨꯡ 7 ꯁ꯭ꯋꯥꯏꯗ ꯑꯃꯨꯛ ꯄꯥꯏꯅꯦꯕ ꯑꯩꯅ ꯀꯟꯇ꯭ꯔꯣꯜ ꯇꯧꯒꯗꯕꯅꯦꯕ ꯇꯦꯛꯅꯣꯂꯣꯖꯤꯅ ꯁꯣꯁꯤꯌꯦꯜ ꯃꯤडियाꯅ ꯅꯪ ꯀꯟꯇ꯭ꯔꯣꯜ ꯇꯧꯕ ꯌꯥꯗꯦꯕ ꯑꯗꯨ ꯇꯥꯔꯗꯤ ꯅꯪꯁꯦ ꯅꯪꯒꯤꯁꯤꯗꯤ ꯑꯩꯅ ꯅꯣꯡꯃꯩ ꯄꯤꯔꯝꯃꯒ ꯍꯣꯔꯦꯟ ꯑꯁꯣꯝꯅꯥꯟꯗ ꯍꯨꯏ ꯉꯥꯎꯗ ꯀꯥꯞꯄ ꯍꯥꯏꯕ ꯀꯥꯞꯄ ꯃꯇꯝꯗ ꯅꯣꯡꯃꯩꯗꯣ ꯅꯪꯒꯤ ꯏꯃꯥ ꯏꯄꯥꯗꯣ ꯀꯥꯞꯄ ꯍꯥꯠꯇꯣꯛꯄꯒꯤ ꯃꯑꯣꯡꯅꯦꯕ ꯅꯠꯇ꯭ꯔꯥ ꯑꯗꯨꯅ ꯍꯧꯖꯤꯛꯀꯤ ꯄꯥꯁꯁꯦ ꯑꯩꯅ ꯍꯥꯏꯖꯅꯤꯡꯕꯗꯤ ꯁꯤꯗꯒꯤ 10ꯗꯒꯤ ꯅꯪꯅ ꯑꯩꯁꯦ ꯁ꯭ꯇꯦꯖ ꯌꯥꯝ ꯁꯤꯖꯤꯟꯅꯔꯦꯀꯣ ꯉꯁꯤꯗꯤ ꯇꯥꯃꯣ ꯁꯣꯝꯗ ꯁꯥꯎꯔꯛꯄ ꯇꯥꯔꯦ ꯍꯣꯔꯦꯟ ꯁ꯭ꯇꯦꯖꯇ ꯇꯥꯃꯣꯗ ꯁꯤꯖꯤꯟꯅꯖꯔꯒꯦ 10ꯗꯒꯤ ꯁꯨꯃꯥꯏꯅ ꯂꯥꯛꯄꯁꯤꯗ ꯅꯪꯅ 10ꯗꯒꯤ 11 ꯀꯥꯕꯁꯤꯗ ꯉꯁꯥꯏ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏ ꯄꯥꯊꯧ ꯄ꯭ꯔꯃꯣꯗꯅ ꯏꯇꯥꯎ ꯄ꯭ꯔꯃꯣꯗꯅ ꯄꯥꯊꯧ ꯈꯪꯕꯤ 11ꯒ 12ꯒꯁꯤꯗ ꯀꯩꯗꯧꯕꯒꯤ ꯑꯩꯅ ꯆꯣꯏꯁꯦꯁꯁꯤ ꯃꯤꯒꯤ ꯏꯟꯐ꯭ꯂꯨꯌꯦꯟꯁꯅ ꯄꯦꯔꯦꯟꯁꯤꯡꯁꯤꯅ ꯂꯧꯗꯣꯏ ꯀꯩꯒꯤꯅꯣꯕ ꯁꯤ ꯂꯧꯔꯤꯁꯨ ꯅꯠꯇꯦꯕ ꯄꯤꯌꯔ ꯄ꯭ꯔꯦꯁꯔ ꯀꯧꯋꯦꯕ ꯑꯩ ꯗꯣꯛꯇꯔ ꯑꯣꯏꯅꯤꯡꯗ꯭ꯔꯁꯨ ꯏꯃꯥꯟꯅꯕ ꯑꯣꯏꯅꯈ꯭ꯔꯦ ꯑꯩ ꯑꯣꯏ ꯇꯥꯔꯤꯕ꯭ꯔꯥꯕ ꯑꯩꯒꯤ ꯑꯄꯥꯝꯕꯁꯤ ꯀꯩꯅꯣ ꯈꯪꯗ꯭ꯔꯒꯗꯤ ꯅꯁꯥꯅ ꯈꯪꯗ꯭ꯔꯗꯤ ꯌꯥꯝ ꯂꯨꯗ꯭ꯔꯥ ꯑꯗꯣ ꯑꯄꯥꯝꯕ ꯈꯪꯗ꯭ꯔꯁꯨ ꯀꯩꯁꯨ ꯅꯠꯇꯦ ꯅꯪꯒꯤ ꯑꯦꯋꯦꯌꯔꯅꯦꯁ ꯂꯦꯚꯦꯜꯗ ꯂꯣ ꯑꯣꯏꯇꯧꯅꯦꯕ ꯑꯩꯅ ꯉꯁꯤ ꯅꯪ ꯁꯤꯗ ꯗꯣꯛꯇꯔ ꯏꯟꯖꯤꯅꯤꯌꯔ ꯅꯔꯁ ꯂꯣꯌꯔ ꯁꯨꯝ ꯍꯥꯏꯔꯅꯤꯀோ ꯀꯩ ꯋꯥꯠꯂꯤ ꯑꯦꯔꯣꯁꯇꯦꯁ ꯑꯗꯩ ꯀꯩ ꯍꯥꯏꯅꯤ ꯀꯩꯒꯤꯅꯣ ꯌꯥꯝ ꯂꯩꯅꯤ ꯈꯔ ꯁꯣꯝ ꯅꯥꯀꯟꯗ ꯑꯩꯅ ꯁꯨꯃꯥꯏꯅ ꯂꯦꯞꯄ ꯀꯥꯟꯗ ꯅꯍꯥꯟꯕꯨꯗꯤ CEO ꯈꯪꯉꯦ CEO CFO ꯌꯥꯝ ꯂꯩꯌꯦꯕꯀꯣ CIO ꯀꯥꯏꯅ ꯅꯠꯇ꯭ꯔꯥ ꯗꯦꯇꯥ ꯁꯥꯏꯟꯇꯤꯁ ꯀꯥꯏꯅ ꯂꯩꯔꯤ ꯍꯧꯖꯤꯛꯁꯦ ꯍꯧꯖꯤꯛ ꯑꯅꯧꯕ ꯔꯣꯜ ꯌꯥꯝ ꯂꯩꯗꯅꯀꯣ ꯑꯗꯩ ꯉꯁꯥꯏ ꯃꯥꯅ ꯌꯨꯇ꯭ꯌꯨꯕꯀꯤ ꯑꯣꯟꯇꯔꯄ꯭ꯔꯦꯅꯔ ꯁꯤ ꯃꯌꯥꯝꯁꯦ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏ ꯑꯉꯥꯡ ꯀ꯭ꯂꯥꯁ 10 ꯇꯝꯕꯁꯤꯅ ꯑꯣꯟꯇꯔꯄ꯭ꯔꯦꯅꯔ ꯑꯣꯏꯒꯦ ꯁꯣꯝ ꯅꯥꯀꯟꯗ ꯂꯥꯛꯑꯒ ꯁꯤꯒꯤ ꯀꯔꯤꯌꯔ ꯑꯣꯞꯁꯟꯁꯦ ꯈꯟꯗ꯭ꯔꯤꯁꯤ ꯀꯩꯒꯤꯅꯣꯕ ꯀꯩ ꯃꯔꯝ ꯈꯟꯗ꯭ꯔꯤꯅꯣ ꯈꯪꯕ꯭ꯔꯥ ꯃꯣꯏ ꯈꯪꯗꯕꯅꯦꯕ ꯁꯤ ꯈꯪꯅ ꯈꯨꯗꯤ ꯊꯤꯖꯤꯟꯕꯩꯅꯣ ꯑꯗꯨ ꯑꯣꯏꯇꯥꯔꯒꯗꯤ ꯅꯪꯅ ꯁꯤꯗꯩꯗ ꯀ꯭ꯂꯥꯁ 10 ꯁꯤꯗꯒꯤ ꯅꯪꯅ 11 12 ꯁꯦ ꯀꯥꯔꯛꯄ ꯃꯇꯝꯗ ꯌꯥꯝ ꯈꯟꯕ ꯗꯔꯀꯥꯔ ꯂꯩꯌꯦꯕ ꯗꯥꯏꯅꯥꯃꯤꯛ ꯃꯅꯤꯄꯨꯔ ꯊꯤꯕꯤꯔꯣ ꯀꯩꯗꯧꯔꯒꯦ ꯑꯗꯨꯝ ꯊꯦꯡꯅꯔꯛꯀꯅꯤ when the student is ready the teacher appears ꯅꯣꯏ ꯋꯥꯈꯟꯗ ꯍꯪꯒꯗꯣꯏꯅꯦꯕ ꯅꯣꯏ ꯅꯁꯥꯅ ꯍꯪꯖꯗꯣꯏꯅꯦꯕ ꯅꯣꯏ ꯅꯁꯥꯅ ꯍꯪꯖꯔꯒꯗꯤ ꯂꯣꯏ ꯊꯣꯛꯂꯛꯀꯅꯦꯕ ꯑꯟꯁꯔꯁꯦ ꯍꯪꯗꯕꯅꯦꯕ ꯁꯦ ꯅꯨꯡꯗꯥꯡ ꯇꯨꯝꯕ ꯃꯇꯝꯗ ꯅꯨꯡꯗꯥꯡ ꯇꯨꯝꯗ ꯔꯤꯐ꯭ꯂꯦꯛ ꯇꯧꯑꯣꯕ ꯑꯩꯅ ꯑꯣꯏꯅꯤꯡꯉꯤꯁꯦ ꯀꯩꯅꯣ 20 years from now 10 years from now 5 years from now ꯑꯩ ꯀꯩ ꯑꯣꯏꯅꯤꯡꯉꯤꯅꯣ ꯀꯩ ꯑꯁꯤ ꯇꯧꯅꯤꯡꯉꯣꯕ 20 ꯒꯗꯤ ꯌꯥꯝꯃꯟꯗ꯭ꯔꯕꯅꯤ ꯑꯩꯁꯦ 50 years ꯁꯨꯔꯀꯥꯟꯗ 60 years ꯁꯨꯔꯀꯥꯟꯗ ꯑꯩꯁꯦ ꯀꯃꯥꯏꯅ ꯔꯤꯇꯥꯌꯔ ꯇꯧꯅꯤ I want to have a peaceful life ꯑꯩ ꯍꯤꯃꯥꯂय ꯆꯠꯂꯒ ꯂꯥꯏꯅꯤꯡꯈꯤꯒꯦ ꯍꯥꯏꯕꯁꯨ ꯌꯥꯏ ꯀꯣ ꯔꯤꯇꯥꯌꯔꯃꯦꯟꯗꯣ ꯑꯗꯨꯒꯤ ꯃꯃꯥꯡꯗ ꯀꯩꯗꯧꯅꯤ ꯍꯥꯏꯕꯗꯣ ꯈꯟ ꯇꯥꯕꯅꯦ ꯑꯗꯨꯅ 11 12ꯒꯤ ꯆꯣꯏꯁꯁꯦ ꯌꯥꯝ ꯂꯨꯕ ꯁꯤꯗꯩꯗ ꯈꯣꯡꯐꯝ ꯑꯃ ꯅꯥꯟꯊꯈ꯭ꯔꯗꯤ ꯁꯣꯝꯗ ꯇꯥꯈꯤꯗꯣꯏꯅꯦꯕ ꯑꯗꯨ ꯇꯥꯈꯤꯗꯣꯏꯔꯥ ꯇꯥꯈ꯭ꯔꯗꯤ ꯑꯃꯨꯛ ꯌꯥꯝ ꯋꯥꯏꯕ ꯈꯜꯂꯨꯕꯁꯦ ꯁꯤꯗꯩꯁꯤꯗ ꯑꯉꯥꯡ ꯗꯤꯄ꯭ꯔꯦꯁꯟ ꯌꯥꯝ ꯆꯥꯏ ꯃꯃꯥꯟꯅꯕꯤꯅ ꯀꯩꯅꯣ 12ꯇ 10ꯗ ꯄꯣꯖꯤꯁꯟ ꯆꯠꯂꯔꯒ ꯑꯁꯦꯡꯕꯅꯤꯅ ꯐꯦꯜ ꯑꯣꯏꯕ ꯑꯉꯥꯡꯗꯤ ꯀꯩꯝꯇ ꯈꯟꯗꯦ ꯇꯥꯏ 99% ꯆꯠꯂꯒ ꯐꯥꯔꯁ ꯇꯥꯕ ꯑꯉꯥꯡꯗꯨꯅ ꯄꯥꯔꯇꯤ ꯇꯧꯕ 97 ꯆꯠꯄ ꯑꯉꯥꯡꯗꯨꯅ ꯀꯩꯅꯣ 17 ꯑꯩꯒꯤ ꯔꯦꯡ ꯍꯥꯏꯖꯔꯒꯦ 18 ꯔꯦꯡꯁꯤꯗ ꯄꯥꯔꯇꯤ ꯇꯧꯕꯤꯗ꯭ꯔꯦꯕ ꯃꯄꯥꯁꯤꯗ ꯅꯃꯥꯟꯅꯕꯤꯗꯤ ꯐꯥꯔꯁ ꯇꯥꯈ꯭ꯔꯦ ꯄꯥꯔꯇꯤ ꯆꯠꯂꯦ ꯍꯥꯏꯌꯦꯕ ꯁꯣꯅꯥꯡꯒꯤ 18 ꯔꯦꯡ ꯆꯠꯄꯗꯣ ꯗꯤꯄ꯭ꯔꯦꯁ ꯆꯥꯕꯤꯅꯦꯕ ꯇꯧꯗ꯭ꯔꯁꯦ ꯑꯗꯨꯝ ꯍꯩꯕ ꯑꯉꯥꯡꯗꯣ ꯃꯃꯥ ꯃꯄꯥꯗꯨꯅ ꯑꯗꯨꯃꯥꯏꯅ ꯇꯧꯁꯟꯕꯤꯔꯦ ꯁꯣꯁꯥꯏꯇꯤꯅ ꯇꯧꯁꯟꯕꯤꯔꯦ ꯑꯗꯨꯒ ꯉꯁꯥꯏꯒꯤ ꯆꯣꯏꯁꯦꯁ ꯃꯌꯥꯝꯁꯤ ꯂꯣꯏ ꯈꯪꯉꯣ आर्ट्सना कईनो कमर्सना कईनो साइंसना कईनो बियॉन्ड दैट डिप्लोमाना कईनो लोई खंगोबा अदुगा नंगी थमोय मुंगदा सीमदी पामे हायबदो मुन्ना खल्लगा अदुगी करियर पासना कनाय होय उनाइजे चटपे याय अदुगा समटाइम्स मसाय एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप हायबदो करियर से पिपट तोय यायबा सुमाइना ने मी मना साइंस तमेबको एली वरी लेकेबा बायोलॉजी तमेबको मेडिकल संगेबा डॉक्टर ओइरे हंगरा डॉक्टर मसे मासे ओजासु इनिंगे डॉक्टर ओइना अदु कदौ ताय ओजा डॉक्टर लेसिदी नोय डॉक्टर ओजा कताद्रिबो रिम्स तब साइंस लेसिदी याइदना को डॉक्टर अमो हरगा लाई अंगांग लाइंग तब यादे से करम लाइक तिरमे इरमदमने अदु डॉक्टर अंगा लाइंग तगदे आइदी डॉक्टर नत्रिका हाइजम डॉक्टर शाम लेइबने एनीवे दैट्स अ डिफरेंट टॉपिक अदु ngसाइकी सोना गंदा साइंस को सिना मैथ फिजिक्स केमिस्ट्री मैथ फिजिक्स ता नुपा amna फिजिक्स तमला PhD तौरे सिदे जुम ला PhD तौर अमदा मेडिकल MD तौर स्माइला कैंसर तौर ला स्पेशलिस्ट सिगी फिजिक्स तने सुमाइना खोंग सुमाइ थांगुर बदने मेडिकल फिजिक्स नेमसे अनि सो ओवरलैप तौनरनेबा प्रोटॉन थेरेपी कनो लई एपोलॉजी को चेन्नईदा खो यामम लेबा मणिपुर दगिने यामना मीडिया साइड ममिंग पंजरमगेबा डॉक्टर समराय लपन दयानंद शर्मा गूगल तौर इंगियो मासे मेडिकल फिजिक्स ने माइनु पिसु मेडिकल फिजिक्स ने PhD ngata ni science ngata ni proton therapy haise cancer da chemotherapy nataba treatment ne ba moise khogi kano hai radiation therapy hata yam tangba lakh 30 fu sang hai ado man doctor gi hena chawba chawdo bentana mogi apollo da team ama sembada doctor manga ga medical physics ki ani yauduni ba adu tadi doctor hodo mi do sona na science da phajat tab thoga ma su ana laing da yaw ba ya hem da ana laing se doctor nang nati sine haisani gi se si ma ning sing mi ro ka wi ro no aduna last time na haisani badi nangi pass hai se nang ngasi gi president ai ngasi singang se haying de ngasi se pass ro dra ha haying jaina mo haying la kan da soin la kan da ngasi jong pass ro haying do ina cross ro de hangchiti pass ro de na aduna life ta pai dai maru se ina hangi mi ngonda ai su kan da khoi ge ha ga man wari sana yam noi se masu training ai su training yam pi ba ko ai office yam training pi ang da adu mentoring am tawi counseling tawi sigi presence nangi sigi presence nangi pasiga nangi presence ga mari lene ba si ka obi no ko adu nangi presence ga nangi future siga mari lene ba si nangi future ne khalo ne ko si line am ni ase ba si nangi present ne ba ko si line am ase ba present na hango ba nangi kwai di maru ba nang na ne ngasi mak sida nang na tawde ya da ba bo se nangi kwai di serious wen khanje kai no hango ba ima ipa harar ma kane mangda ha luhung mun pa kai hangra paisa financial freedom phangba next promotion phangba ha ai next vacation chatpa ai next car ai car massage de SUV le khane ba so haira ne ba ko si number 1 point no kwai lu mi ya hoi hoi asai ge organ harak pa ya ba ko ai di si number 1 point haining ba ne ba kwai di maru ba se president da hangbra si za number 1 point se ke no hangbra answer pi biro kwai maru ba se ke no ngasi da si bi thabak sing ngasi da nang na si ta hodra ba nang gi future se loira bani sarvana sarvani asa du hindi mangre adu anyway nang future sing ngasi nang gi sida depend to ichum yana re ko adu ngasi nang to se kaino so that your future is so bright, your future is so good. What is that you need to do today? Like am pabudra natte yam tumbudra natte angang da hairadi khwai de yam sanaba khwai de yam na hakchang phobada matam thadaba adu gi thangnabada khwai de yam na machi bujak saba adu khwai de yam na phajana tumba ha sabazu yaudi thakbuzu yaudi tun चादना थक्तना तुमदना लाइक पाए मी भी सिरोइद्रो मी सिरोइद्रा बस चा थक तुम द्रग दिया मेडिकल पे खादा थारो पास और नोंगाला सिरो के गान देम थारो it's a fact le tau bune ba angang medical ta chiri yang ga sai cha na bi like pamandna ma chiri yang ngo le chiri yang mo se phasari bra angang chiri yang seriously noi PCOS le nam le hang bra angang the PCOS lena se is the handak the khangai ne ba PCOS polycystic ovarian syndrome ha ne si se lifestyle dis ne ba nupi masa da moigi teenage we matam da moigi thagi menstrual cycle lakma matam da haksa sajen tawbidra ba machi we sinjak sabidra ba tumbi dra matam jana moi PCOS na ne ba I guarantee tor pi re da ai doctor na te doctor mayam ta na khangai ne ba si se ahan chahi nifu hela ba ahan jina ne masa sajen tawdra ba nungti yu thaksala ba nupi fudara ba diabetes na ne bang bra adu ga sama ne bangang da khange ko aduna ai matam di am lo jura ha gi bani minute ani lo jagi ya sigi president sigi keno sida nang na haksang ai sune ai ngasi je ai yam sang ni hingeng khale ba ai gi pam ja ba health ne khai maru se ada ngasi gi health se nang na tongning ba ngasi se sida kwai chaw problem ne health se ahum ni ko the physical health haksang pho na nang lamjing nan chila ya roi ba natraga gym da ka to ya roi ba ko gym yam lei Manipur ka mai hang de ching ju lei ching ka na gym da paisa na he hida kano machi we sak sa ching ka ra ya ba gym ni chatra su ya ha ge dong gym gi business dong mai ngon sora ni ada aina haijaning badi health to phasana phan biro ado phan ma matam da physical health hai bam ne mental health hai bam ne spiritual health ne sudra ado khoi di mental ka spiritual loi kaw re khoi de maru di mental du ne nangi brains na depressed oira ba nangi brains na anxiety am yaw ba nang sak sa ba da haw roi tumba ya roi sat pa ya roi like pa ya roi adu mai to mi se kwai de moi se president de hingdra ba ne ba sigi president se hingda ne ba ai celebrate to dong ne ba kai to wi
I have to actually interrupt now. Yeah. We are getting a lot of requests from down there.
Yeah. So
we have another 4 minutes.
No. 30 seconds. I'm done. 30 seconds. 30 seconds. I promise. Okay. So ngasai aina haijai point khata ne ba. Nangi past thoki ba ma'am se. Nang kaim hong yar nang time machine leite ba. You don't have a time machine to change the past. Adu tali nang ngasi side present na lerga phamaga. Ngarang nahan je ko ai sangom ma market product ba sangom ni ko. Lambi da hidokre ba. Adu ngasi aina sum phamaga sangom hidok sangom du lebak ta sangib du madu khoto magadi madu lebak sangom ba ko thamjal magadi madu matamda machine ma puthoroga sangom nu ga lebak sika satung ba yara sum khal lerga. Sum songing lerga slupa mangagi sangom ngare sum khal lerga sum do lerga regret chab zera nang life se. Chagi mai dong misam leina. Regret mayam. Tauzaramadi, oizaramadi, khangzaramadi, khangaudre, tahodre, oiramdre, adunga sinang silepidagi, I tauge adina. Aduna past ki regret so sabi no past ki only one thing. What did I learn from my mistakes? And how do I ensure that I mistakes to amukahan tahondana ba, thokdana ba, kedogdagi habdune ba. Asi number 1 niko. Adu past na matam soy lebi no. Matam jantina. Nangi no moda pung kun marimang da tumuloy thadoga maybe 5 minutes ko makhan may past learnings. Secondly, nangi future se nang sum khalle ba hayeng se bai chaninga le hay mi le dana ko ngasi hayeng ngasi thabak se tawdri hayeng se ai bank tagi loan la ko nu pa no nongmai pur la ka pham nei sita de ei mai thidana na wari ne se yai dana ki budo anxiety hai ne ba nangi future se ki anxiety se yam thi le ba nang present su le ngamroi ba future anxiety kana le financial problem le mi na hengali ko ha financial problem ado financial problem nataba yungi dispute amagi adagi dispute am nai ba mi makhan makhan leire no ado sigi anxiety se sina ingona tension karaga ai gi ngasi no ina sari ba kangsoi thong se how dreba ti how go se saya dreba. So you have to know how to live in your present, put your best efforts, and for that you need mental harmony with your body, mind and soul, and that comes with early morning. Khoi ada Tamil Nadu di Gayatri mantra hai ni lai ding se swai da khoi yakai rol hai gara mayam le re ko lai yam lingbi yu ima ipa da khong pa ra khoram bi yu aham ba khol pa da ima ipa min ulai ni hai ne ko and gratitude yam le bi yo ba ai ngasi hing ze angsai se ai jingrang tum da isona nang yam ti yadre nang kai kandre na tum da dum siram ba ya ba ade hagala ai le pai se gratitude. Thank God you have given me a brand new day. Thank you, my parents, for giving me all the support I need. I'm thanks gratitude. I say, gratitude is exactly equal to happiness. Happiness is happiness. Gratitude is pira. Adu nang na pamja ba thabak se, nang na tongning thabak se, some progress ura ba. Kaka no mai projection tawding ko. Sigi progress uri ke nang happiness phawne ba. Progress handuro nang ikara ne ba ai toise lala ba khola bhaira netra ana kana hono biu life se celebrate phan to biu. Do not go into wrong paths and do other things. Akhoi Manipur society yam lai bane ba sumaina thalom nan dharaga atopa dunia am da haibadi makhan mathingi lei re na ko ai haizer roige ba khoi yaksing da yam tholok pani mu mem se yaksing do ri ko asloi tholari anyway ado akhoi na side conference ko dangang lawa yam ti wa gi bang bra yaksangi abetene si sing haina je de loi lakane bang bra sina igi noise da bane bai haizer mi se akhoi yam wana faragal ado noi mam sing asi end of the session bo lei bi se am nuai re moderator ngai le re. Thank you once again and we'll hope to see you soon again. Thank you.
That was a very long 30 seconds. But nevertheless, he has touched a lot of points, a lot of important points. I mean, one very important point that he touched about medical and physics. A lot of you must have heard about C.V. Raman. Raman spectroscopy is one of the most important inventions that from physics, but it's been more important in the medical sciences. So one of the leading manufacturers, Boston Scientific or Thermo Fisher, they all use this particular technology in most of their works, be it ELISA, be it any other technologies that they use for medical assumptions or identification of disease. Anyways, again, I'm not going to take another 30 seconds. So I'll open the floor for any questions, but very short questions because we don't have so much of time. So please, you can raise your hands.
So,
you can, yep, okay, there. Please.
Ngasai memamana aigi life ni aina select tawgadamni haina ado aigi life ni lairadi parenting so aigi life ni na chakradi kamai daw. Why I'm asking is there are some parents.
Tell me your name.
I'm Ilyas and I'm currently studying in class 10 in Brighter Academy.
What is the question?
Ma'am nang sa haiba aigi life ni aina select tawgadabni haina.
Oh.
Aduda parenting na so aikoina aigi life ni na chaladi parenting so aigi life ni adude aikoina tawningba tawrani na hairadi.
Adudi haibam thokte ai su mama mane ai chanumpi da koina tawning ba tawni hai sungai hai de mama mapa mo era kana. Maybe you will be able to understand when you become a parent. The moment you have your children in your your child in your arm, you started taking care, you started thinking from the perspective of what your children wants. Adu the parents who hujikandi aware loina oirabanina, I don't think this is going to happen.
I cannot my jagge say suppose I was some kai I quit some cock was cock or can the current parents no canning on any I life ne not some canning a cockany. See, so there is a trade off. I life ne high targets and cusito I'm not table. Moyes no one the ganning Makara lane. Adubu nangi palm tona moyaning but is nang tung and mungam draw. That's the trade off. I know do my zare, I some cockany. Aduba I can amta ambasutoro, I get a woman to put on whatever, Sigi, I am ready to take decisions of my life. Adugi commitment ng people ng target di interpersonal skill to the ani. Parents to the nang nakamay convinced Tony. I'll also live my life, but I'll also be the one, the boy you want me to be, Habito. So that's where it comes. Yaiko.
Aduga yam tiena is in support of the Hoge, Jamina Harris mind of the Jamina some kai to ying the cocklet me. Nangasai yang jelude, but convincing the Toridana. I should cock it when you did a parity. Kagatung the pullagam toning money. It's the Kaya never. I don't know Sagi, Pagiju Paginicong, Sagi issue I got a giant hanging questions that Nuxina hyperset, Masiam the Kawe, Mama, Papa, and Nuxina hypertega. I hate Toyaro. I ain't Tony. No, the Kanake, Kaitagati. Zero, Nalaka go. Nang the Sizagron. Mama, Papa, I have you going to go to Mama and see I'm the Kawa. You should know the Akogi boys say, boys see I'm Lugazanico. Boys see na Wahi, Madagimi Kapi, Wahi Madagimi Noi, Wahi Madagi Yumkai. Example of Pigay Waste my now. Cross Hauna, aggressive in Haiba, cut up the knife. No! 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 Meaning Sir Canada. Meaning saying Sagi, no! I was in a Sungaya head never. No, no, no. At my high because of Papa. I take it go. Because it's never go. But somehow you are not an actor. But we have to learn. Interpersonal skill I see the matang matungina, Amuchu Tetabatai, Amuchu Unkalabataba, Sigi web say, Mrs. Hannah, you and I say now, ma'am, the hijack on it. Thank you. I'm the guy.
Listen, we dramatize high time. I am Sigiko, Sagi, Tantaramasu, no, I that's when Rugi knows the call. Some Kakayamasu. Aduga, Sagi, Heranina Hyper, Sagi, in a pamba, egg life, have to the car. Asida Quina, positively lower, negative lower, having egg life, in a palmany, I teach you Takani. In a palm, I can need any have a table go. Egg life, in a palm profession, and a lamp, egg passion. Ishay Shaning ba, Mangang lady, my music, guitar, Konging Mangangs the net. My palms ever need the Nako. Other eight palms, egg guitar, Kong, egg life, in the palms, Ishay the power, boom the power. Like the power, a patient to never go, a patient, the polota with them never. Other than the Angang, you could, other Gangan parents, they are very educated. Tiny get Koi, Ipaima, Koi generation da. Fortunately, I had a very educated parent. I went at the car, educated parent. I give Masima to the I Hongtong Haibuko. He was a teacher, 91 Sure. I give father very well educated. Aduna, Hojikadu, generations that Larry father, mother, Mam Yaukiko, even Mokoina, Angangsing the Pambalam be that Larry Haitus Mama pass and understand the reaching by Yawi. Aduga, to these parents, see as a parent, go, Manak Anganaka, you forced out Roema. ko ngai ko la ngai angang dugang discussion tawra ni convince tawba adigi pamoi da oi da pot angang na pamina khoina parent oi thing dab ne ba oi da bus yauri ba angang na khang da ga tawus yauri ba ko aduna even my I isano pa se computer ngawe class 3 digi ma class 7 ma website sa ba he ba ai isano pa he's a software engineer at the masi tech lead oi ba tech lead just 29 plus tech lead or he will be next vice president my manager ko rank masi ngawe my computer langawe the masi my ngawe ko nang khangi adubu my ngawe computer ngawe khidra my academics yaw dragadi graduation na bis yaw dragadi you cannot join any organization adum tar ma 12 pasta he was influenced by some other friends ko in friend kar influence tawre Delhi schooling tawre I was posted 13 years in Delhi ko I Delhi work tawre se agi Imphal tawre mading Delhi da whole family ko angang sing learn my station tawga to was angang si masi my friend kharana kana tawga ko gi chumne gi diploma gumba South East yam lei ko South East Delhi da ko yam lei diploma ga tawra ko si edu tawsi khosi tawre hawto pasi masi influence tawre my gi peer influence ko pressures na adigi di khoji ngawre ko inter my at least graduation ma ti to batawani master to ni mana teaching training ba mani ko admai to dana masi kamai tawni counseling to gasi akhoi to yadre ko adi akhoi na haire ai brother in law se kano da le ba physics ke professor di Delhi University da masi da ko ina tumina phone tawre ko counseling ko sisu skill lamani ko phone tawre samasi anta ko ro saksa sen do ga masi antang masu congratulate tawro 12 pass tawre some 85 86 marks yam kan to ro su ma du phange do masi swaina tawsi ma graduate tamoi haire haire tawgan sa mana kore kawsisu akhoi na haire ko tare ma yaro joine ba mo aina haik tare ma sim yaro joine ba angangi kan ro akhlum nei ba do haire ko di mana khangan ganu du ga hatawr mana agi brother in law ma counseling tawbire adigi di man next yum masi ahing le aga mas la not campus gi lak pasida change tor la eba aduna akoina sigi kanu se akoi angangi adun man adura chalam taragati man huji graduation have madma just after completion ma se software engineer in Flipkart adum low re ko aduma take you na huji ma akoi gi kanu sida American California based company am da ma startup nika yam tauri take lead oina ad maji moi start ama masana Germany da moi ahum mari tawga masi ji work tawri ba Germany da already start tawni ada adwaina ma thank you at least mana kari mai basic no rom da targa di mana pa me haida na hita khoina sina tawro haram targa di aduna hoji boy parents ka kanu ka sida marak sida 12 work pa the graduation yamna maru oye ko aduna ina counseling taw targa my request to the group dynamics ko group dynamic akhoi gi sorry Manipur dynamic Manipur hiding badi sigi counseling si tongana program to view parents plus students torga parents bhap tan ba darka le hebo ko angang na pamba parent na pam ani maki marak sida sanglak khoi sangdai na balambi adu angang su ngau jakhiba mana pam ne peer pressure yam le ko aduna masi su khoi control to darka le hajani mani I wish all the best especially the students ma'am mangai ba mai ai gi apam career da ayong na chatpi ba ko profession da journalism to gera entrepreneur to gera any business to gera ko adigi music to gera ko the my ma'ams egi na traga teaching academic ta changera habasi machi focus to wam darka lai focus to dragadi akoi life da koi na my pak pa sungam ngamai wish you all the best
Huziki question do nang huziki question do ai sumai hanganing eba nang do aina pama to bada ai mai pana moi chakre hai mate ba aina apam tong career line tong busta ai mai pana yadragadi adu kamai manage to godage hai do nang question do adu kitang leithoga mai hango adu ni answer piri men do answer I hope the answer is I mean you got the answer imai pa ji kaino ai imai pa ne ai ga nungti gi thengari ba ai ji popira me ba khoiramaga ne bhakti masang na danda poto khoiramaga haijo yara dawni my best wishes to you khoiramaga hayo ba lo yara ne ba nang drugs age have nate ba nang mi halu ge have nate ba adu su yara roidana ai shi oizage have ne ai data scientist oizage moi khangde ba data scientist se data scientist high role se is one of the highest paid salaries ko tolop ki maram da mai khoi Manipur yam sathi bje tolop chawba career saning yam lai bani ko adu ai na hari se ana paisa gi yam khalunu role do phajan to paisa de kholo to kne ko adu anyway question do answer to ko over to you.
Yeah, I hope you got the answer. It was Anwar, right? Yeah, Anwar, just because it pertains very closely to me, a very recent event. My daughter is in college. All these years, having been in the corporate, having traveled across, I always thought that she'll listen to what I'm saying as far as career is concerned. One fine day she says that I don't want to do agriculture. I always wanted her to do agriculture. She said, no, I don't want to do agriculture. I want to get into architecture. Architecture means design and architecture. I said, okay, I'm not going to support you because I don't know about that area. She said, okay, fine, you don't have to. I'll do it alone. Her conviction is so strong that I could not really say anything to her. She was really convicted. So I was, okay, fine, go ahead, let's see. She was very convinced. So I was very unsure how she'll be doing even in her 12th. She did well in 12th. She cleared her JE. She cleared her NIFT. She cleared her NATA. And NATA, she got a very good score. She got scholarship from 2 colleges. And now she's getting into the field. I don't have anything to say. So when you are actually convinced about what you're going to do, and you're sure about what you're going to do, you're clear about your choices, I think your parents are going to support, no matter what. Anyways, coming down to the next question. Anyone who's got another question?
Yeah. I'm sure anyone? Many think parents young ware adu question ani gumba lawjagi ge matam jam think ko.
So one question please.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, please.
Society nowadays the parents used to think their children used to compare with the neighbors. You know, if I want to be tech commerce, they said, hey, namana this hanik thare nang thadri you know have. Because if I said after 10 11 I'll take commerce have till 12 you have to be in science because they were in science. Science 12 of science nang commerce low gi higher su moi dom na science tamam 12 of the science tamam bosini. Their patient is not on me, on never since the lake. So this ki era moi era si 19th-20th century ki era da lay course. Aduna how to change moi generation ji me lan ki ta ga de khoi generation la ta ga di there will be little bit understanding layer ni. But still now when we're in student era like and we have lot of problem our career kan bra aduna sigi mutana kai happening sir.
Nang kai school dagi no.
Brighter Academy.
Ping kai ko ba.
Jupiter la ba.
Mazu brighter din tra. Naman ni garang dang kai khana ge. Man hangi question do nang kai khane.
Kem khena de.
Ase kai nang question do hang jali do ba.
ID.
Ima ai pada dan da bot tor khoi mo. Ima akhoi asongi science tamba science am tangalo hai benoi neighbor mai kano tor do. Mati science am pa me ba. Aduna mai mama pa ne yara bne ba. Mazu khoiram ma ga hai badagi. Ai ma na ba tum do. Moi pabung chaw do khoiram ma ga haina badagi yana re ba. Adu ai ju ima da kamai khoiram hai no no da tarara khoiram ra I am ready. Aina taming commerce to taman biu ai sainik changaga army ki training loin toraga sainik ka science ka aseng bidi mandi aseng bidi sainik changadi army en chalo hai bane ba adu ai imai pan hari su yam la le ba science tamu adu science school tamu hai bane science school changda ni active sabe prat track mane natra adu imai pa si ki ignorance da society ki pressure si laksala kan da moi se pungong ngong bane ba ai sa se hujik kan ke du hang bra baiju gain le dana ha angang se pok ting moi predict tong bi type to sala bane na angang se IIT thaba da pass tong ni to roi se pok ting da sibo yong na analyze to we moi na kari mam gi moi gi mama pa pesa kyam pai mama pa like kyam hey my society ke education so analyze to kan ko sigi leide leiba mama pa na polo angang se IIT thaba da pass tong ni to roi se moi adu bo yong na analyze to we film live okay no IIT thaba da hana 9 de honor mi who's the class 6 de honor preparation natra ata gi nang yu sigi question 19 se lake huji question yam tin lo bi se huji ki do na nang na commerce tom ning ha se nang na sana noi mai pa da convince to haitri ba adu ning sai ozana hai gi do nang on the international interpersonal skills se yaudri ba si kai gowe khoi na emotional question nam le ba EQ ko IQ is ne kai no 19 into 19 si puri na da nang je min second tara da hangam ba second manga da hai ba nang IQ se am high hai ba emotional questions na chung khang da mi nga nang se kam thama ba nang ma ga se wari kamai sanani kari topic sanani nang kyam aware oi socio economic political me am se kyam oi da adu ki emotional society ki leba issue da nang kyam khange kyam nai na re kyam pare do laktu ne ba emotional question je do nang se yam submissive oi mira aggressive oi mira marak te assertive oi mira natraga nang se yam introvert oi mira extrovert ai si me am se loi laktu ne ko EQ se na si kai je school da kanam takpi de oza bu leite kana takpi si je akhoi na so we are the chains We want to be the change. We want to bring the change. Dynamic Manipur lady ba, Lamjing Meira lady ma'am say, si ma'am say porok na ba taubuzabani. Ado it's very very difficult. Ako na program sin gaya matamda. Ako ki cooperation na we support say yang why hay tari ka. Ado nang question do ima ipa da nang na convince tau ba hay binu mito. Ado lawyer ba ni nang answer. Ado supplement to gaya do. Ay ki phone number da phone do. Ay mating pang. Ay mating pang. Dynamic Manipur website sango question hango.
Okay,
Jimmy. That's very important, okay?
Nang na hojik chali ba journey do ai na say suppose ai je metric pass ta or 2006 ne adoi taragadi it's already more than 15 years 15 years mang da thom ba wari do hojik sunang na mucha mana na li eba so I believe 40 years mang da so mana dum liram ni ko but adugi condition da say suppose ai di businessman oining e na angang oring dagi dum haidi rek to riches ki wari budi laite adubu adum angang oring dagi ai je dum akoi ba je khabar yam pa ni na khabar du yol e lupa tare phange keno da kilo da almai to orga horok pani na akoi maji maru kumba to bun na ingon da interested dum oe businessman se adu business mindset la ko na school da ai sani school satra ne ada ai business school da changkan adu ai sibhai oning bai chang bun oi adum sani school nang na haibu do peer pressure da changi bane bu ko adu da aina haning is na si chang ka mindset si kamai on ga ka na koi mai pa na hai hauji wa na ho no ko na nungai ni hai bu ko adu business ki toromba family macha gai du ui ai na moi je hauji su nungai ko na ju nungai ni si logic china kamai to ba gyan da bra so adu tar ga di thought school of thought se kenare ba moi da di yam wa draga su haidi that's when the concept of smart thinking haidi smart work hard work hai dula e ba ko adugi part to the ne so hojiki haninga ga aina mo sai opportunity ko sai do dangna kari gumba commerce lauraga ai ji entrepreneurs maina dum oirakani kham tar ga di I sincerely entrepreneur commerce to luxurum ni ba adumaina nangi ju future da adugi nangi chap chaba adum ba who is your mentor who is your role model adugi chap chana clarity am pio ba nangna adoi tar ga di why you want to take commerce haibudugi nangi justification ama laini ba natragadi is just a whimsical keno nangi pa me hai that's not how it works no nang business ama tawning hai ga di commerce ki line da I want to be like him ma just mind tamak pane sigi line so sigi clarity si lai bio please adoi tar ga di ai nang sai ja nang na science lo ra ga di last time nang entrepreneur oirok toi tar ga di nang na manguri ba jahi tara do entrepreneur da thadaram tar ga di nang da di paisa da di lakh ta monthly da helakani ba understand to we ko adugi du clear adum already an
Maruina class 9 10 ang isa sing yauri yam na mo da cooks de sawa mo de stress lay depression lay kano have the perena pressure taw sa lay dagat ang ni na tang mo na kanom tam ni masi pressure sa taw di real life experience ta one of my relative par relative ha dare mo pa na dagat tam mo ha man tam ning da ba masamang si man ato pa tam ning wa ma depression taw na sahi anium ji ma lay nge bari kano ni yam merit lay ba angang do konhang dari ma si to para my arts kano da changaga amuk jahi ani hum ma matung si ma he because she has become a very success nupi ni ko adamai taw na khoi angang sing da syam problem lei moi da syam tension le ramani class 10 12 or pasida and 10 or pasida ni kai chang do no is humanities ra na traga either koi science lo do ra ha se do isa gi apam ba su lei adu ga sa gi masi matang dari nga sa gi angang hang bir pa question ji sapudi ma na su moi da su confusion am le ramani moi adu na moi na parent da moi na convince to bu su ngam da ba ya parents su na mai gi taning mi ga no later ga di parenting se ko parenting the understanding later ga di aina high ni forceful yam dictatorship oi ba parents su lei adu yam na adu lei bani na aina hai ba tong gadam ni hai da na sathi ba kan parents su lei adu na masi matang dari you can help the take the help of teachers ta ngangna han ba some relative uncle oigera mo oigera ima ipa to in a convince tong bragadi you consult somebody who can convince your parents sine see am very important third party resolution ko aduna who can convince your parents parent do bap tan ba phadana macha tan bap tan ma se adu angang moina kamana akoi angang yog lak ha ba se yamna pressure to yog pra yam freedom moina American style da very assertive angang naga Mr President gaina America da ko khangoni yamna maming da kauri se ang moi da kaisu kanu leite ba everything yam assertive oi moi da yam free oi ko mami ga maming chat Mr halam la su uncle gaina moi khurum na bi kanu leite ba aduna angang da freedom culture adung free da york pa angang akoi gi Manipur york pa angang yamna submissive oi ba introvert oi ba se sina express to ngam da ba khangdi khang express tong ngam da basi masi issue ne ba aduna how to express angang oi ngada koina expression je kindergarten matam dagi expression je koina mangang ning basi ngangan ga damne topic piraga adugi schooling su akoi da ngji phogdi am kana leitri express ton basi dum nampo abc harol mark ta du phang 99.9 phang da bani haibi kanu sta question answer pi dana tamba dagi school chatle self learning tawdre number 1 pung manga mari dagi na manga taruk tariet nipan school chatri phog se tuition hum chatle ba Chalurani, Halani, Hekalapagam, Kadum Pijaraga, Porin Pungi Pan, who can chale. I do the self learning cry no, Shana cry party, Shana Padragadi, and on the late. The mind Toroga, Horpus with the creativity what level. Ishana problem solved on Deva. Masama than honor with the Mahati Tiraga, solved or was it at the Masina Quina, among the blame the way the schooling system, education systems there, as we assume Bagidi, Shirazu Quina, Kradi Dunkartovia, assertive way, Angang in the Comina. Mama para wangang mangam da wangang se ngangan ga da bane ko adugi system se ko create karan create tawni parent create taw gadam ne create namtharoi da bane parents na create taw gadam ne freely ngang halu ha basini aduna ai ko ngang sing chune yum da su tawrongani you cannot convince your parents find somebody who can convince your parents ko apam do ai sei tawningi guitar tawningi jawai saningi pung yening ha base that is your profession ai drama tawningi I journalism tawningi, I doctor oiningi, engineer oiningi, law oiningi, business tawningi have a say. Adu kan tawne. Thank you so much.
Hindi film ama 3 Idiots and ama lebdo yeng abra. Adu kyara ghanna yeng ye. Gyan ta abra du ki sinma do. Ngasi salaga mohne yengune. You will understand, you will got your answer there. Come round. 3 dates the moi ahumdo, moina kamaina moi carers set up the widow. Adido. And moreover, as I have told you before also, when my parents told me that I should pursue science, I convinced my parents. That's your parent. You have lived with them for 15 years. You should understand them. You know much better than any other person. So you should convince, and to convince, if you have to get the knowledge, use Google Baba. Otherwise, you can have our numbers also. Yeah, yeah, I have even given to some of the students, whoever want to call me up, and you can call me up after 4, anytime. So I don't want to take much more. See the 3 dates, 3-4 times, and try to analyze it. You will get your answer there. Thank you.
Sure, thanks a lot. Thanks to the panelists. And as we are already quite late, and we have to wrap up the day today. So thank you very much for all of you being here. Thank you all the panelists. And I would hand over to Mr. Shamananda. Sir, please.
Yeah, I think for vote of thanks.
Samantha, 1 second. Sorry, I failed to thank the Dynamic Manipur and Lamjing Meira to invite me. I flew down from Chandigarh, and it's my opportunity to interact with these students, but unluckily, there's no student left out except few. So I thank the Dynamic Manipur and the Lamjing Meira to invite me and to say, to put some of my knowledge in front of you all. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Pramod. I think photo ma'am, ado nam se koi Dynamic Manipur gi ma'am so angang sing leru ma'am so photo manami na si ko photo session ko ado ngak tang ai bi ko thank you. I will take only 2 minutes. Kusim Live, please play the video of Dr. Ruhikant Among, please. Video may yung kasi ako'y message am lakpa matam na itab na tabang am kita bani. Please go ahead. Mama ang panayam pakanay de hay ado ay tusyenta madali nungdang pung apun makay tabayam layong ligo. It's okay. I think 5 more minutes will close.
I would like to congratulate Dynamic Manipur and Lamjing Meira for their partnership and working closely to make this event happen today. Also would like to thank His Excellency for agreeing to grace this occasion. Having served as advisor of the Lamjing Meira, which was actually conceived in our basement in Cincinnati a while ago, Shyamananda has repackaged with the help of other advisors, R.K. Brojan, Dr. R.K. Brojan, New Delhi, Prithviraj, Chennai in India. The main objective of the Lamjing Meira is to create a platform for the youth so that they are aware of many career choices, opportunities they have in their life these days. Also help them to face the obstacles in ease. Also a few words to the youth of Manipur. Guys, you guys are the most important pillars of Manipur. Be happy, follow your heart. Of course, hard working and focus on your prize is the most important thing. But at the same time, please know your limitation also. So another point I want to make is, you don't have to go to abroad, you don't have to go to IITs, IIC, or National Institute to be successful. You can do a lot of things. I have seen a lot of local entrepreneurs in our area, very successful, did a lot of important things for the society at the same time. So you can be successful even though you didn't go to very high-tech places, okay? Just follow your heart, focus on the prize, and be happy, all right? Take care, guys. All the best. Thank you.
Zikido, ma'am, khangi ko. Know the person, right? YouTube to yam lak, madi lak te tamogi temo to yam lai dana, khangi dana. Khangi ko, okay. So now, I think we will, the program is officially over. I just want to again thank all our partner, all the sponsors, their individual sponsors. Two main sponsors we had are Babina Diagnostics, and she's a Health and Research Institute, Dhabli and Tamapalin. They have generously donated financial amount to us to make this event a successful one, and many other individual donors who have sponsored the students from the government schools. Okay. Ado aina last time hajing badi akhoi gi sigumba event sida saruk yabiu akhoi ngasi tana jagiba domain do ahum khatani ahum sida bawda akhoi matam yam leiti akhoi numini tawsen toromada fan gi khatang kana tawba lei dagi akhoi nong tawjaba ado theng do khotpa mayam lei adu ngasi no se mayam na akhoi lehuriba mahiroi sing amasung halaman leriba lai guru mayam lei bisna akhoi matam pibi damukta Dynamic Manipur gi taraptagi amasung Lamjing Meira gi taraptagi co-partner hai tare kon si events ki inspiration episode 18 I would say has come to a close, and I want to thank you once again. Hanna thagasari hanna naruksari mathang da su asingumba event asigumba da saruk yabiu akhoi panelists mayama dagi story mayama puzarake inspiration episode 19 zi Smaina chow na sin mase tha taruki matung sin bayai mayam khoi tanar ko khoi members sing mayam matam chinabanina non government organization khoi sidam mayam miyam lebi te na akhoi amku sin jage amku lak piu aduga any question le matunda www.dynamicmanipur.org anatraga www.lamjingmeira.com ani sida changbiu question hangbiu question hangbale pigano question hangdraga di nangna kai khangdage do aina mangaroi ba I khangaroi ba khangdaba question do hanjan hangu tarara hangu akoi je tarara chamarak ngasagi pakhum da pina ba khoi ngamna bhana jage ko. So thank you once again for joining us today. Ado khoi mayam mahiro mayam do sidagi thopi ginu sida kakat piro akoi group tom lo se mayam sigi photos je khoina website da thaga jaga deni ko mayam loi lak piro stage ta. See, this is the official closure photography session ko akoi miyam panelists me amje kitang pham jo ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏꯒꯤ ꯄꯦꯅꯦꯂꯤꯁ ꯃꯌꯥꯝ ꯗꯥꯏꯅꯥꯃꯤꯛ ꯃꯅꯤꯄꯨꯔꯒꯤ ꯀꯩꯅꯣ ꯃꯌꯥꯝ ꯑꯍꯜ ꯂꯃꯟ ꯃꯌꯥꯝꯁꯨ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏꯒꯤ ꯀꯥꯈꯠꯄꯤꯔꯣ ꯑꯗꯨꯒ ꯈꯤꯇꯪ ꯀꯥꯈꯠꯄ